What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? RTX Alien Stage 1 Mini Boss Max Demon Child. What up, y'all? Just saw the Tower Changes video. What do you think of a Bouncer Blockade rework? I don't think the Bouncer Blockade will be reworked. I think people... It's kind of close to the DD1 Bouncer Blockade. I think people like it in its current form. So, I mean, I wouldn't have any problem with any of the blockades being reworked. I wouldn't want spike blockade changes, to be honest. Sinbad, Aramir found my spinning steel. It's in your bag. That's so kind of you. Damn you, Aramir. Well, I can tell you all, RNG absolutely hates me. Well, it's just because people haven't been using walls, period, Alien. Now that people are using walls again, the default go-to is to set up bouncer blockades with the militia set, and then use an Arcanist piece for bouncer blockades and spike blockades. I mean, walls still don't get used super often, period, you know? They're viable now, and they're usable now. I mean, you could... In fact, I should try some wall builds at some point. Like, real wall builds with buff beams and strength drain Rs on them. And then towers behind doing the pew-pew as mobs build up on the walls. I should try a few of those at some point. But today... Oh, yeah, today... It's back in for more hunt for the spinning steel. Adjust my mic here a little bit. Of course, I've got a spinning steel weapon. I got one that's not very good, but it is usable. It's all 3 builder stats. I like having HP drain on it. But what I'm looking for is one of these Protean weapons. And those are slightly better than the Smasher. Just slightly, but they are slightly better. You know what? I haven't checked. Because the melee weapons have changed quite a bit. What is the damage output on one of these? Do I have one upgraded? That one's already upgraded. 355. Let me see a damage comparison here. I should take my pet off, huh? Right, it doesn't matter. I'm just looking for the one swing amount. 27.8. Alright, so yeah, the claymores are still just not the go-to weapon. You want to use that slow, heavy, high base damage weapon. Like this one, it's 64 mil per whack. It's 64 mil times 5 to get the actual output value, because all of those projectiles are hitting as long as you're close enough to the enemy. Phil, what's up? Some interesting guesses on that latest video. You know what, man? I tell you that I don't remember the proper name. What is that the EV's DST called in Going Rogue? That new tower in Going Rogue. I can't remember its proper name. I keep calling it the EV DST. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. What's going on there, Panda Bear? How you doing? Here's my theory. And if I'm right, Phil's going to be like, damn you. I think that tower is replacing the shock beam for the EV. But with a twist even, because earlier in the stream, you also said that there will be a Skyguard tower, the Plasma Defense System, PDS. So the PDS. You also said that there will be a tower functionally similar to the Skyguard tower coming. So I think that defense is replacing the shock beam, and it's going to be anti-air only. That's my guess. Now that's obviously just a damn guess. Phil's probably like, dude, you were so far off. Grub. But I'm having a hard time putting together what the other two are. Because you said there's 5. The bowling ball, I see. Changing the shock beam, I see. Changing the darkness trap, completely see. But what are the other two? To me, I think that's the hardest part. I mean, it's probably right in front of me and I'm just missing it, but what would the other two items be? I mean, you could realistically get rid of either the slice and dice or the bouncer blockade. Which one would you get rid of? And would you want to have that big of a change to the squire? Because we know the bowling ball's getting the can. We know that. There's no way you're going to leave the bowling ball in as it is, or you're going to change it drastically, one of the two. People hate on the bowling balls, man. It's a love-hate relationship that's heavy duty on the hate right now. I just can't picture what the other one is. You already changed the mushroom pit. Wisps, beams, and sludge launchers are all awesome. So if you mess with those, we're going to hate you for it. Just saying. God, could you imagine if he got rid of the wisps? Phil's like, screw you guys with your wisping. And gets rid of the wisp altogether. Oh man, I'm going to light a torch now, just in case, Phil. We are going to come hunting for you in the streets. With a torch and full Frankenstein cosplays. Or no, I guess we wouldn't want Frankenstein. You would have to cosplay as Frankenstein and we will chase you down. But what else? I'm trying to think here. There are right and wrong guesses in that video. Well, I mean, you've mentioned teases about the PDT a million times, and everyone, like, loved the thought of the PDT. So I think that one is kind of a no-brainer, too. Switch to your kitty, and your EV's doing 200 million DPS with the beam. The beam is so powerful. I need to start playing with mine again. I just changed my EV for building purposes. I went with this castrate weapon. I still got the Protean Blaster on, which I would want to farm a better one now for the beam. But I went with the castrate here so I can build faster. I mean, let's be honest, I'm just not playing the EV a lot. With this kitty and that kind of inferior weapon, let's see what I'm doing. Something not right here. Oh, did I not switch to the proper weapon? There we go. That's a little better. Or is it? What weapon am I? That's the wrong weapon. That's the correct weapon. What did I do? I did something. Because he's not doing shit now. Oh, I messed up his set, is what I did. By going with that builder weapon, I messed up the set. So I don't have the Protean Cannon Mark II, so I got to get rid of that. I got to go back to the Protean Cannon. I mean, I've got a weapon for it now. Well, I'm just going to leave that, because I don't plan on DPSing on the EV today. But what I do plan on doing today... what's going on? I am not. Monk of Skills. Hello, hello. Wyatt, how you doing? Oh, yeah, we're going to be doing Publix. Logan. Heat turret instead of plasma defense system. I think the plasma defense system was pretty cool as it is. In DDGR. Alright, yeah, let's get it going here. Let's get it going, because we need the spin and steel, and the spin and steel is not just going to drop in Tavern. So, full clarity here, just to show you all exactly how bad my RNG sucks ass. I am, just since the hotfix, Oh, you missed out yesterday then, Wyatt. I did 8 hours of public matches yesterday. Just since the hotfix, I've got probably like 22 to 23 hours into this map, and I haven't even seen a bad spinning steel drop yet. Not even a bad one. So, man, RNG is just hating all over me. But, yeah, anyway, feel free to hop on in. Lightning King bonus waves. Let's get it. And, gonna stick with the same flavor as yesterday, as it was working really good. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Is having another DST a bad thing? And what if it's changed and it meets that anti-air thing as well? And then it's a DST that is air only? What if Phil combined the EV walls and reflect like in Going Rogue? I wouldn't have a problem with that either. I mean, I would be very, very happy with that. I think, to be honest with you, I think it would get heavily used. I mean, people use reflect beams now. You would use them in a more effective way, you know, and use them like a wall. I forgot we need a gas trap in since we're in a group. Keep the anti-derp low. Aramir's here. Keep the derp at an all-time minimum here. I don't know what you're talking about when you ask, is the exploit working? Holy crap, man. Gas too loud. Wow. Playing DD2 in and out for the past 4 years, and the whole time I watch your videos and you see you constantly update and make informational videos on it. Thanks for all the help and keep it up. Well, wow, man. Holy crap. Thank you so, so much. Oh, dude, I'm a full-blown addict. You guys know that. I am literally, like, I would have to go to some 12-step program to stop playing DD games. Literally. I mean, when I play something else, I feel guilty and feel like I'm missing out on some of the grind. It's bad. It's bad. Oh, well, I mean, I don't think the exploit is still happening, but I think maybe since you had it unlocked previously, that maybe it remained. I don't know. Just a guess. I mean, that would take a Chromatic to answer that one. Sorry I'm building so slow, y'all who are in the group here, but trying to get caught up on chat here as well. Jesus, gas too loud. I'm still just... My jaw is on the ground over here. Thank you so, so, so much. I mean, shit, I even just placed a shock beam, for God's sakes. Crap. And I forgot to upgrade. Oh, no, I did upgrade. Dang it! Now I'm screwing up the DU. Or screwing up the mana. Yeah, anyway, this build seems pretty solid for group play and for solo play. For solo play, you can get rid of the gas traps and the map runs way faster. So if you're just grinding it out late night. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, obviously, you know, it's an exploit, but... Like, even if it let people keep the 1,000, I mean, what is it really hurting, right? There's no leaderboards. It's not better loot or anything like that. So until, I mean, I even think it should go as far as when leaderboards do become a thing. You know, not necessarily progress wipe, but maybe you have to do the floor again to earn your spot on the leaderboard or whatever. What am I doing different here? I got a little extra DU. I think it was that. You can DM me in Discord, but just realize I get a whole lot of DMs every day. So any sort of response won't be very quick. In fact, most DMs I don't respond to at all. But, I mean, since you're directly asking, I would probably respond to yours. All day long, man. Hey man, you want to sell me, you know, a 10 out of 10 anti-melee defense rate mod? I get that all day. Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying do 900 waves again. I'm saying you have to do the floor to get the unlocked. Well, the group's already filled up. There, what? I mean, I wasn't doing them for you. I was doing them for everybody. You didn't jump in. All right. Let's see. I can, let me upgrade this stuff and let's get this wave started. I'll be making a new group like every 3 runs. So, jump in on the next one. What a shame that it's the Lichen King or the Lichen Prince pet, huh? That Phil got that crazy good one on. What a shame, huh? It's not on browser because it's full already. What? As soon as it fills up, it's not, it shouldn't show it there for you. Get my coffee going here. That would be cool, Archangel. I mean, I'm not opposed to any of that. Things I wouldn't want to lose, I guess, would be more important to say. Like, you know, clearly I wouldn't want to lose the buff beam. On the Warden, I wouldn't care if the sludge was changed. On the Squire, Cannon's course, and I wouldn't mind if either the Slice and Dice or the Bouncer were changed. For the Huntress, the Darkness Trap, although I do see use for the Darkness Trap, it's just never required. So no one uses it. Or it gets used, but just not regularly. Well, I mean, that wouldn't really be a change, and it's not something from going rogue, so that definitely wouldn't be the case. Wisps in their current form are one of my favorite defenses in the game. I think they're cool as hell. So, I mean, I personally would require no change to those, or want any change to those. Same thing with Beaming Blossoms. I know you guys will crucify me for it, but I wouldn't even care if Sludge Launchers are changed. Although they're the most powerful thing in the game, they're the most boring thing in the game to use, in my opinion. Of course, that's just my opinion. What else? On the Apprentice, I would want to keep the Flame Burst Tower in the DST and the LT. I wouldn't care if the Magic Missile went away. I wouldn't care if the walls, Apprentice walls, went away. On... who else is left? The Monk. The Monk, I think I want to keep everything. I mean, especially with Endless Mode being a thing now, Strength Drain auras are 100% worth again. I went through a long spell with nobody using them. And then, additionally, with the walls being in the condition they are, makes Strength Drain auras even more usable again. And then Rage Aura is a straight-up requirement for Endless Mode. Yeah, the Monk has a great kit. So, I mean, out of those, I think it's kind of cool. Pardon me. Yeah, she's kicking in, and I'm still not fully awake yet. I think it's kind of cool just even thinking about maybe the reflect beams getting turned into actual physical walls / reflect beams as well. I think that is the most glorious thought out there. And additionally, it would justify the additional cost of them. So like right now, I mean, if you're going to use a wall, just use a Squire wall because it's 1 DU, right? So that would completely justify the additional costs of them and make them a meta defense, you know? But just so much it would add to the game as well is, you know, what if you, like, you're going to use a reflect beam to protect, say, a core. Well, what if you move that reflect beam out a little bit farther and still got that ranged core protection, but additionally picked it up a physical barrier being in there as well? Well, I mean, early progressing, you just fly through just doing campaign and just the base survival. Better remember to switch heroes next wave. Early game progression is super quick now. I think it's a good and bad. I mean, everybody wants to get into end game and start playing the end game, right? I think one of the tough things for DDA is the trip to end game is so quick, and a lot of players aren't into min-maxing. They're just into completing content. I think for some players it takes away some of their total gameplay value or game time value or whatever you would call it. Because a lot of people will settle. Like me, I mean, you know, I'm not going to be happy until every one of my builders is over 13k power with a ridiculous amount of percent damage on it. You know? A lot of people would clear the content with 10k and be happy about it and just not care that they're not best in slot or whatever, you know? Oh, the grind from Nightmare to Massacre is absolutely nothing compared to DD1, though. Now, DD1, the content wasn't gated, the gear was more gated. Where, like, you would have Ultimate plus pieces long before you got to level 100. But just being able to do one character at a time versus 6 characters at a time, in DDA it is super, super fast. In fact, Nightmare to Massacre mode can be done in just a few hours. If you're doing, like, a meta strat to get it done. And doing wave 20 to 25 in survival and restarting. Well, DD2 is a free-to-play grind game where you choose spend 1,000,000 hours or bust out your credit card. So you can't compare that to other Dungeon Defenders games, really. I mean, it's designed to require 1,000,000 hours of play if you don't want to spend any money. You know? Yeah, trying to do a bunch of multicasting anyway. I didn't miss your comment there, Nato, but trying to do a bunch of multicasting these days. Much as I can get away with it anyway. It's a little gray area right now. I'm on Twitter, Facebook, Steam, going everywhere here today. Yeah, I think I got 3 Facebook followers. I'd never been a Facebook person. In fact, I don't use Facebook on a personal level. Like, I'll log on during Christmas to say hi to people on my birthday or whatever. You know, that's just it, though. So I just started a Facebook account. I think I got like 3 followers or 5 followers. You just are streaming to a Facebook page. I mean, the same as it would work anywhere else. Hell yeah. Gotta push the limits. You know? There's quite a few very successful people streaming on Facebook right now, believe it or not. I mean, don't confuse this in any way. I am never going to become a full-time Facebook streamer. I have too many doubts about the platform itself that I would ever commit to Facebook fully. But, like, YouTube has no problem with streaming wherever I want. So just kind of pushing the limit as far as I can. We got a lot of Squire screaming going on up in here. Oh, man. You were going to do a fresh start before the update dropped? That's always fun, man. I would rather do a fresh start after the update drops. That way you can experience the new stuff from the ground up. It's quite limited. But there's also a lot of gray area there, Phil. And as far as I can tell, they don't seem to be giving too many shits. You know, they're just... I think Twitch is not necessarily in a really good way. In a lot of aspects right now. They got too much negative shit going on. So I think they're more concerned about dealing with that stuff. Yeah, well, he was a contracted streamer. He's a whole nother level than me. Like, he had to terminate his contracts with Twitch. Oh, they are definitely winning in the amount of ads being given. That's one of their heavy criticisms right now. I see a lot of stuff on Reddit and Twitter and everything else about the excessive use of ads right now on Twitch. I mean, it's funny. I'm always so judgy about how YouTube places their ads into VODs afterwards because I just feel like they're way, way too frequent. And I always go in and I'll end up deleting like 75% of the YouTube auto-placed ads in a live stream VOD right now. Like, I personally, I think it's fair to put an ad in on a live stream VOD, like a one 30-second ad, like every 30 minutes or so. I think that's pretty fair. But, like, the default for YouTube is, like, putting one in every 6 or 8 minutes, which, to me, is too much. But then, you know, I'll log on, and there's quite a few streamers that I do lurk pretty heavily on. And, you know, you log in, and you see one of 6 ads, one of 8 ads, or whatever. It's over the top. It's just, I mean, what the hell were they thinking? It's just so excessive, you know? And there's actually settings that the streamer goes in and sets up. And they're not going anywhere near that. You know, I don't remember my exact settings, but what is currently being played right now is many, many, many times more than what my settings are for it. Yeah, it's like television. Like watching a TV show with the ridiculous ads. If you have 50 plus viewers, you're in the top 1% of Twitch. Wow, I never knew that. So some days I'm in the top 1%, and some days I'm not. Alright, spinning steel. This will be my first run of the day. I recorded that video this morning. I didn't take any runs this morning. So give me some love on the first run of the day. Wouldn't that be incredible? Incredible. $30 billion health. He's a thick boy. Thick, thick, thick. Be there, be there, be there. I don't know why I even ever bother looking at that ancient piece. I am going to get a nice miner set sitting ready to go, though. Right, where's my bracer? Where are you, bracer? There it is. Man, I keep getting mana regen with stability. I mean, stability, I see the value in it, but I just don't want to give the slot up for it. And then the weapon. And of course, no chance. It's a spinning steel, right? Oof, oof, oof. Stability is your resistance to knockback, which has got value. That's a pretty good piece right there. I mean, I've got good pieces, good bracers. I've gotten some really good bracers since the update. The thing that's eluding me is the spinning steel. It's weird, too. Like, I guess I just got lucky on the keep when I got my original one. I mean, I had to put a bunch of runs in, but not like this. This has been over the top. To not even see even one of them. Not even a bad roll one. Over the top. I swear Phil hit the remove spinning steel from Juice Bag's loot table button. I'm confident he did so. Well, you'd think I would have at least gotten one. Even just a bad one, you know? I mean, I'm in that 99.9% probability area now, if you do the math versus the drop chance. I mean, I'm in the WTF, why hasn't it dropped bracket now? Somebody's sitting on some mana, I think. No, I haven't gotten one spinning steel sword with all these throne room runs. I mean, I'm 100+ runs now. I mean, I haven't, like I said, I haven't even seen a bad one. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Not even a bad one. I mean, if you do the probability math off of 5%, I'm definitely up into the 99.9% bracket. Without a doubt. It should, yeah. I'm pretty sure it works on the spin. Oh, you haven't seen one either, Aramir? Wow. You probably got a god tier one already, though, don't you? I've got a... I mean, mine is usable. I can't complain. As far as I know, it does. Oh, I've done an absurd amount of runs. Well, I mean, Phil said it was about a 5% chance, and he's the engineer. So I got to go with what Phil said. The problem is it's a specialty item, and the same thing happens. Like, it took me forever. It took me this many runs to put together that Protean Charge set. For the EV. It took a lot of runs for me to get that set. And it's a hero-specific drop. which is just low probability, you know? Your trap cooldown's fixed? Yeah, that was fixed on the PTR. Yeah, you have to be on Massacre mode to get the Golden Pet, Transmon. How many throne room runs is it gonna take? Oh, I almost got that copter. So close, yet so far away. What else? Like Spinning Steel, I ended up putting that set together pretty easily early on the keep. The Protean set took me forever to get. What other set took a long time? My Rogue actually took me a long time, and that's why I eventually just settled, because the Etherean set not working for the Rogue is just damn near criminal. It would just be so good for the Rogue. But, you know, the sword drops Champion and the crossbow drops Marksman, which are different sets, you know. Alright, NATO, take it easy. Enjoy your day. Get wrecked, Mr. Wizard. Almost all the Monkey King is the pet to use on a Squire. The Monkey King for the win. Because you got to get up and close personal on the Squire anyway, so might as well have the highest DPS pet in the game, you know? Your upgrade cost for everything is $9,999. I mean, that's one of the things the game suffers from right now, which I think runes will change a big part of that, is there's no gold sync right now. I think Phil has teased that you would have to use gold to unlock the runes. So that will give us something to use gold on, and then plus, of course, player trading. Give the bonuses of both sets. I don't know if that might be a bit of a stretch there, Archangel, but I'll go with it. Yeah. I mean, I spend gold right now. I upgrade things just to look at it for 30 seconds and then throw it in the trash. I spend an absurd amount of gold. And even doing that, just constantly. I mean, I don't even know how much I have. I think I got like 10 trillion or something. Well, you probably got 25 trillion, don't you, Aramir? Something ridiculous. I would go as far as to bet if there was a gold spent leaderboard, I think I would be really high up there. Yeah, I've been making 1 trillion a day. Pretty easy. Them cops just want to explode you sometimes there, stage 1 mini boss. Well, I mean, that's something, just player training alone. Because let me tell you, it ain't going to be nothing being sold worth a shit for $250 million. Anything that's good, that's like top tier loot, is going to be trillions of gold. You know? I mean, maybe I'm off there. But I just can't see anyone given, like, say, a 475 upgrade, 1500 stat fusion piece. I'm just not seeing that selling for less than $1 trillion gold. Or more, you know? Multi-trillions. Multi-trillions, oh my god. But, I mean, we'll see how the economy turns out. I think the challenge there is going to be finding matching buyers and sellers. Because there's not going to be a... Phil said that there's not going to be player shops, like AFK shops from DD1, at least at the start of trading. So you're going to have to use an outside source. I'll probably end up adding a channel for it in my Discord server. I debated on making a trading website, but currently there's just not enough people to bother. That's what endgame players will do. There's literally not a single player in the game that has one character completely min-maxed. There's players that are close to that, but there's not one person in the entire game that has a truly min-maxed hero. So, I mean, people that have got trillions of gold now are going to be scarfing the good stuff up. That and people who have trillions of gold now are going to be people that are motivated enough to find out what's for sale, you know, where the average player, if they can't see it in game, they're not going to care, you know. And an end game player that is wealthy like that, they are going to go out of their way. I'm going to have to make this smaller. Did I not lose the ensnare? Or no, I didn't lose the ensnare. What did I lose? The buff beam and a trap. We didn't upgrade the explosive trap, I'm guessing. Or repair the explosive trap. We will get that all squared away around now, though. These trap builds like this, they do burn charges. So, they're super, super effective, but you gotta run around and repair them. Well, in DD1, like, somebody can load up a AFK shop in their tavern and just go to bed and let it run all night. And then people can come in and join their game and buy their stuff while they're gone, you know? Oof. Ouch. Which now it's gonna, I mean, at the start anyway, it's gonna be hard to find buyers and sellers if you're not in a core group. You know, obviously, if you're in a core group of players that communicate with each other or whatever, you're going to see people talking about what's for sale. Right, but you can't compare console to anything else. Console is like a super, super early version of Dungeon Defenders. I'm talking about the current game. Because you gotta do modern versus modern, right? Let's just be honest here. I'll get my salt out early today. Consoles got screwed with DD1. Why anyone kept playing it, I have no idea. I personally would have rage quit and yelled and screamed about that shit. Well, I mean, just most players don't want to... You know, it's my struggle. Been watching DD2 tips videos. Helps out so much. Kind of new. Nice. We'll have fun there, Tyler. Thanks for the follow. Well, I mean, there's Well, I mean, right now there's probably 200 players online playing DDA, so no, it's a small game. None of the Dungeon Defenders games have a lot of players, but the players that are there are going to want a way to communicate their trades with each other. And ideally, you do that in-game through, like, player shops or whatever. Phil even said the idea of having player-hosted taverns or towns or whatever, where multiple people could join up, but, like, it would have to be, like, no ability usage, no tower placements, stuff like that, where people could just join up to communicate or whatever. Auction house would be awesome, but an auction house is, I think, a huge engineering challenge. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the engineer, but I think an auction house type thing would be very hard or require a lot more work. I do think that would be awesome. That's another one of the challenges we have in the Dungeon Defenders world with all the games is, as players, we all think way too big. We want this done, we want that done, and we don't think about the business aspect of it. Like, I'm not directing that directly at the auction house, but just overall. Oh, I know it drops. People in my group have been sending me screenshots of the damn thing for the last 36 hours. Hey man, thanks for the spinning steel. Here's mine. 390 upgrades, all 3 stats. So yeah, I know they drop. I just can't get one. I've got 10 screenshots of people that have played these public matches with me the last few days. It's ridiculous. Oh shit, look at me. I never switched to the Squire. I've been jumping around on the EV the whole time and didn't even realize it. Talk about being focused on chat. This is Boss Kill is all y'all. I ain't gonna be able to do nothing to this guy. If I can even live. I don't even have a weapon set on this guy. I'll get my Irradiate procced, but that's about all I'm going to be capable of, sadly. Looks like we're roasting him anyway. Oh, anyway, what I was ranting about. It's one of the challenges with recognizing that it's a small player base and it's a small genre. It's not just the player base itself, just the entire action defense genre is super, super small, right? So with that in mind, I mean, players want something that costs $3 million or whatever to implement and expect it next week. You know, and I do the same thing. I'm definitely not pointing fingers because I'm in that group, you know, but you got to think of it from a business perspective as well. Another fort piece. I need some more double stat pieces. I got my first 105 spinning steel shield yesterday too, and it's got increased lightning damage on it. What a bummer, man. Really? Thanks so much for subscribing there, Coconuts. So, all right, I'm going to be doing this all damn day today. So, how I'm going to do it is I'm going to do three runs, and then I'll restart for a fresh group. If you were in the group, feel free to rejoin. I'm not saying you can't rejoin, but I just want to give other players an opportunity to hop in as well. So, we'll do 3 runs. I'll make a new group. Rejoin, by all means. But just gives somebody else an opportunity to jump in for a run. Hey man, I'll take a garbage one at this point. I just want to see one in my hand. I'll take a junk spinning steel now. I just want to see it. See that it's real other than other people's screenshots. Because I don't care what y'all send me on screenshots. If it's not in my inventory, it doesn't exist. You know? Your points at a location. Well, I mean, I'm not going to, like, when I get one, that's, like, my main focus, what I really want right now, but I'm far from done grinding this map, because this is the Bracer map. So, I mean, I want, God tier, defense power, defense rate, bracers for all my builders. I've got one pair of them from here so far. I mean, I had some already. But out of these fresh runs, I've only gotten one power rate bracer. Because let's be honest here, having one stat correct makes it a trash piece. You can't just lose a whole passive. You know? If you lose a whole passive, you're giving up potentially 500 of a stat. I mean, that's pretty huge. You do that on all your pieces, you're screwed. You just got God tier boots. Nice, nice. Oops. Are you doing that just to irritate or what? I mean, come on, man. I'm carrying you for the runs here, for God's sakes. Don't troll me. Yours is 249 ops? Yeah, that would be a deal breaker for sure. Yeah, we can test the monk boost spin for sure. Maybe I can not go off on a tangent this time. And remember to switch over to my square. I think it works. I'm pretty sure it works. What does the monk's boost make the little bomber hit for? Hard to see. Nothing's making it close enough for the little bomber to go off much right now. Went one. Looked like it was 26 million per projectile. I mean, it makes sense that it would. I mean, to be honest, I don't see why it wouldn't. To be honest, really, I mean, I think the monk boost will work. And a kitty, yeah. I mean, kitty's just good. Everybody loves the kitty. Started farming Alkalab mixed mode last night for brush drops, and every one was an upgrade. Yeah. It's good stuff. You know, all of the drops are good. I mean, they're like the masks used to be on the keep. Where, I mean, running the keep prior, you had a really good chance of getting a pretty nice godly, or you had a great chance of getting a godly mask, and you had a good chance of getting a nice one. We're now getting those accessories on these other maps, which is just huge, huge, huge. I gotta figure out which DPS hero I want to work on next. I mean, I've been so rogue, squire, warden for the last year. I went and set that EV up, and then I only used it like one day, and now I swap the weapons. I think I mismatched weapon set. I need to just find a Protean with castrate on it. I mean, you know, I'm not going to be done with bracer farming here. I could look for one on the gun from here. Mana Bomb is a little disappointing. I mean, I've tried to play around with Mana Bomb, and it just doesn't do enough for, you know, the cooldown on it and everything. It just is not enough. Like, for an apprentice, overcharge and spamming right-click is still just the way to go. Run around and spam right-click and knock everything around and do big AoE bomb damage, you know? But the Mana Bomb's a little bit of a bummer. For something with a cast rate like that, I think it should hit like 10 times as hard as it does. Literally. I mean, I think it's seriously, seriously underwhelming. That's my personal opinion. I think if they wanted to keep it like it was, they would have to turn it into the Purity Bomb and drop the cooldown way down. Drop the damage amount of it way down, and make it so it covers a ridiculous range. I think that would be very fun to use. It wouldn't do as much damage, but it would be big. You know? Those of you that are familiar with the Purity Bomb in DD1. I think that would make it usable. Spinning Steel is the Squire weapon set for the spin move. It's the highest, current highest DPS and burst damage in the entire game. Well, maybe not in the entire game now because the EV is in such a great shape after the weapon changes. The weapon buffs to the other boss weapons. The EV is in a really, really good position right now. Well, I mean, you gotta set up for it. You can't do a glass cannon build unless you are going to be in a way that you can 100% protect yourself. Like, all of my active DPS heroes are, all of their rune points are into fort, and I stack massive health regen and stuff on them. And that's one of the reasons I can sit there and face tank things on my rogue and everything. Or maybe even a rune there, Alien. A weapon set or a rune would be kind of good. The classes that have bad survivability issues are just really the Huntress and Apprentice. No one else has survivability issues if you set up for it. And you're usually not losing that much in damage output by stacking on a bunch of survivability. I'm curious to see what the runes are. I can't wait for this PTR to launch. There's going to be so much stuff changing. So much stuff to relearn and figure out. I absolutely can't wait to get that going. Exclamation giveaway in chat, by the way, y'all. There's a giveaway. This week's giveaway is ending tomorrow night. And then next week's giveaway is even going to have some more exciting things in there, too. And now the bot decides not to work. Is that how it's going to be? What's the deal, bots? Alright, it just popped on YouTube. Maybe Nightbot is down on Twitch? Nightbot on Twitch is normally instant, usually instant, response time. And we look at it real quick. We got 600 mobs left here. Find out what's up at Nightbot and the Twitches. Let's see now. IHOP's just posted it there. Oh, Nightbot is down on Twitch. Huh. Yeah, so Nightbot's just down on Twitch. It's not a bot response issue. It's Nightbot and Twitch are not being friends today, which they're usually pretty good friends. Not today. I couldn't even log into my my Nightbot Twitch account, so it's completely down as far as the Twitch communication goes. But yeah, anyway, y'all, that giveaway ends tomorrow night, and then there will be a fresh one going next week. DDA is currently on sale on Steam. I'm not sure the current price, but I do know it's on sale. Or I thought it was. Somebody can check. The full retail price on it's $29.99. But, you know, nothing wrong with picking games up on sale, right? You can get a Steam bundle with a 60% discount. So there you go. Assuming you have the other Dungeon Defenders game, you'd be able to pick DDA up for super cheap. Well, it is part of the bundle, because Steam allows you to complete bundles. So you would just have to buy the bundle. So, I mean, depending on how many of the other Dungeon Defenders games you have, you know. Like DD2 had it going on too, and like there was only one of the bundle items I didn't have, so I ended up just buying the bundle to complete what I had. It cost me practically nothing. Eki says had every other game of that bundle, so got Dungeon Defenders Going Rogue for €3. Yeah, so I mean, if you have the other items in the bundle, it's a enormous deal, right? Oh, god dang, man. Just turning my boost on way too late. Squire with no boost is dead Squire. Most of the time. You can get DDA and Going Rogue for $15 using the bundle. I mean, it's pretty huge. Even if, you know, say you're in the camp of you don't want to play a Dungeon Defenders roguelite game, consider you're getting that for free and you're getting DDA at half price. You know, I mean, that's a pretty good deal. I get no commission for this, by the way. I'm just saying, it is a good deal. I mean, in the current state of the world, even if you only got 5 hours of entertainment from it, it would be huge value to you for $15. I wish they would. They're alien, but I think there's no chance of that. I can't complain. I mean, they're nice enough to put all these juicy cosmetics in the games. So I can hardly complain. You got to be doing it in Massacre, like in King difficulty. As first, and you'll get it just about every time on Survival or on Mixed Mode. Good stuff doesn't come from Campaign. You have to do it on Survival or Mixed Mode. Newbin Bro, what's up, what's up? Well, I mean, you've already got all the stuff. There, IHOP, so you don't need it. You good, man, you good. Well, you got true endless mode in Dungeon Defenders Awaken. There, Tate. I mean, if you're doing Survival Massacre Rifted Hardcore, you should be getting a godly one like 9 out of 10 times. If you switch over and do it on Mixed Mode, I think you're probably gonna be guaranteed to get a godly one. But remember, too, just because you get a godly one doesn't make it any good. You know? Like a high-end trans one is way better than a low-end godly one. I'm guessing you didn't click something, is the only thing I can figure, because, I mean, I do those runs all day, and I almost never see transcendent ones. I got, like, the worst luck of anyone in the entire world. And I'm displaying it right now by my 16 millionth run on this map. Yeah, this is Mixed Mode. Always looking, if you're going for loot, you go to Mixed Mode. No point in farming out almost the best loot in the game when you can go and farm the best loot in the game. You know? Oh, the boost is 100% working because this dude is just melting. I mean, collectively, we're doing damn near 1 billion per second. Well, we're not all getting knocked around anyway. I mean, I'd say that's proof right there. Well, Mixed Mode should always be limited to 25. It should never change. If you make Mixed Mode endless as well as Survival, then what have you done? You've you've decidedly removed Survival from the game. Survival is no longer a playable game. Inspired Assault. Imagine that. Oh my god. Crazy. Alright, y'all. So there is 3 runs. So I am gonna pop out and make a new one. Like I said, don't hesitate to rejoin. I just want to make sure that other people have an opportunity to join that wants to. Going Rogue is not a release product yet either. Is the thing. The deal with Going Rogue is it's super fun to play, but it's still early in development. So it just doesn't, you know, most players aren't putting a ton of hours into it. It's not like the other Dungeon Defenders games. It's a roguelite fully. Shoot, did I just sell a godly racer by accident? I think I may have. Like that's all. Just to give you an idea, this is just the bracers I kept on how many times I've done this map now. And I don't keep all of them. Crazy. Alright, let's get back to it. So, Mixed Mode, Massacre, Hardcore, Rifted, and then on top of that, Oop. Public. It's Lichen King bonus difficulty. That's where the best loot in the game is going to come from. It's a nice bag title. What I have it named? Ass. I got the salt sack too. For all my Arcanist tomes. That used to be where I kept monk pole arms. I've switched it up, and now the salt sack is Arcanist tomes only. Yeah, all the Dungeon Defender stuff is in that bundle sale right now. I think something will come with episode 2, but remember that's going to be part 2 of episode 2. That's not going to be in what we get on the PTR here in the upcoming weeks. The Arcanist piece will drop with the boss, and the boss won't be here until like the end of the year-ish, or maybe even early next year. You've got a cat asleep on your lap? I had to start locking Blitz out while I'm streaming. He used to chill all the time at the old house. He would even sit up on my desk and just chill, you know, and watch the colors on the screen or whatever. Now he wants to scream in the mic. So I ended up telling him, no kitty, and shutting the door. That's what I do all the time now. DD1's getting an update next month as well there, Newbin bro. I can't wait. I'm excited to see that bad boy. It's been a long time since there's been an official Dungeon Defenders update. No info yet other than it's coming. You know the second they put any info out on it, I'm going to have a video up. They're IHOPs. People are very stoked about that. There's a lot of people that haven't played Dungeon Defenders in 6-8 years that have been sending me messages asking me what they should do. It's like, play it and have fun. That's what you should do. That's always the right answer, right? Have a good time. Well, there's no matchmaking anyway. There's no matchmaking system in Going Rogue, so how many people are playing it don't matter. If it's not your friends, you can't group with them anyway. That's something which I'm assuming will come closer to launch, is some sort of matchmaking system. Gotta remember, it's still a game in development. It's in early access. Not a final product. All of the quality, or not all, but from what I understand, a lot of the quality of life additions from Redux are going to be in to that DD1 update. How to get your Ultimate Defender, IHOPs? If you don't have a basement, then you have not played DD1 yet. Just joking, obviously. Well, I mean, as updates come, too. The time to play Going Rogue right now is right when an update comes. As an update hits Going Rogue, there's going to be a bunch of people playing it for 1 or 2 days, and then the player base will drop down. On DDA, it's in the 200 plus range now, Edward, which is way better than it has been, but that is going to go way up when episode 2 launches. Oh, Alex, yeah, man. Get some DD1 going. I'm going to be getting some DD1 going, too. I went through a few of my heroes looking, you know, I mean, I've got some pretty good heroes in pretty decent shape. But I looked through some of them, and, like, I screwed up a couple of armor upgrades. I've got one hero at 85% resistances. So, I mean, I need to get in and farm some loot, you know, and I want to get that done. I want to get, like, some baseline heroes squared away before that update hits. That way I'm good to go when the update comes. I think I've got some... I definitely got some survival grind in my future. Your live DD1 heroes are definitely lacking. Got to get in there and get them jacked, Aramir. Got to get them jacked. Well, I am far from the expert in DD1. My go-to for information for DD1 is the DD RNG Discord server. Those guys know all the things. There's, like, as far as, like, pro-tier DD1 players, they're all right there. Well, I mean, nothing was happening with Redux anyway. I mean, when was the last Redux update, you know? I'm way more stoked that the main game is getting an update than Redux is. No, Redux was great. The problem is it just doesn't... The game itself doesn't have a large player base. None of the Dungeon Defenders games do. So when you take an already small player base and you split it in half... Well, then the game feels really empty, right? So most players wanted to be able to play with their friends, but not everyone was playing on Redux, so people went back to live. It was great. I mean, Redux was a badass thing. But it just, you know... That's where it suffered. It split the community. So as a compromise, everybody went back to live, and now live's getting an update. So I mean, they're all getting rewarded for doing so. So that's good stuff. That is good stuff indeed. I don't know where to start is the problem for me. And you know, it really what sucks, me personally, is the thing I really need right now comes from a map that I don't really enjoy. What's going on, Felix? How you doing? I've always enjoyed the tower defense element of Dungeon Defenders games more than the action element. Yup, it's poly. I just don't enjoy doing poly. What I need to do is get hooked up with like Mushroom Cake, or maybe Chewy would give me some carries or whatever. And just get a few carries and get a decent weapon. Or, I mean, I could always buy one. You know? I mean, a lot of people love that map. And a lot of people think it's super fun. I'm just not one of the people. It's why you stop playing the game. I mean, I just enjoy the tower defense element more, you know. I like the tower defense element in the loot farm. When it comes to, like, if I'm really, really craving a heavy action-oriented game, I go to Warframe. I mean, that's just what I do. Oh, they got poly down to a science now, Aramir. There's no doubt that you could master that. There's people doing, like... I want to say, I think people are doing sub 4-minute runs on poly now. I mean, that's obviously, like, world record. But yeah, I think people are doing sub 4-minute runs. Well, yeah, solo. Sub 4-minute solo. I don't know. I've never been a fan of poly. I never have been. And I really need that, or I really want. I guess shouldn't say need. I really want that monk weapon. Went right under that copter, didn't I? I bet I could get somebody to hook me up with some poly rounds. I mean, I ain't trying to hide nothing. Those guys on the DDA RNG Discord are 1,000 times better and more knowledgeable at Dungeon Defenders 1 than I am. You know? So I got no problem at all with asking for help. And you know what the key is in that situation, y'all? Just be honest. Don't go in there and say, hey, will somebody help me run poly? Be honest. Go in there and say, what's up, bitches? Who's going to carry my sorry ass through poly today? And somebody will laugh and say, okay, I'll do it. You know? What keeps me playing Dungeon Defenders games? I like the grind for rare loot. That's my favorite thing in games. I love loot-based grinders. Now, to be fair, like, a lot of people don't see it because they see me log so many hours in Dungeon Defenders and make so many Dungeon Defenders videos, is in between updates and stuff, I take very frequent breaks from Dungeon Defenders games and play other stuff. Like, I never miss a Diablo 3 season. I only miss about 50% of Path of Exile leagues. I play a lot of RTS type games. Rift Breaker, they are billions. They're like the more casual side of RTS games. And then I do have my hankering for Warframe quite frequently. Well, not quite frequently, but annually. Annually, probably, I'll go on a Warframe binge and play Warframe every day for a week or 2 weeks or whatever. I'm about due for one of those now. But there's too much Dungeon Defenders goodness going on right now. With DDA getting all these updates and DD1 update coming, you know, DD2 update won't be too far off. I mean, there's just lots and lots of stuff to do. But yeah, I bet Chewy would carry me through some poly runs. I bet Mushroom Cake would carry me through some poly runs. I bet I could chastise Aramir into getting really good at poly and carrying me through some poly runs. All you gotta do is give Aramir the I bet you can't. And he's gonna have that shit mastered in no time. Well, I've gotten bored at some point with every Dungeon Defenders game. It's a long time grind game. So, I mean, let's be honest here. It's a super, super grindy genre. So if you don't take frequent breaks, you know, and mix in other games, First off, you're just eventually going to get bored with what you're doing, but second off, you're going to miss out on other games, you know? Aramir loves doing Outlap survival, Alex. Yeah, it's an awesome franchise, and I mean, I log a stupid amount of hours in the game, in all the games. But everyone should take frequent breaks. Recognize the fact that it's a super grind game, and then recognize the fact that you're going to be missing out on a lot of other awesome titles because you can literally spend all of your game time playing Dungeon Defenders games. And then what happens is you never play anything else, and you miss out on a lot of great games. So, I mean, frequent breaks with anything in life is a good thing, I believe. Oh yeah, our DPS dropped way down when you died, Aramir. The boss said, no, this guy is the source of too much damage. I mean, 30 billion's pretty thick, too, you know? Alright. Come on, be there. Power and rate. Ba-ba-boom. There's another item. We'll take it. Not a very good roll, but we'll still take it. Giraffe is poo. Shield is meh. I'm not even going to look at the other weapon. If I look at the other weapon, I'm going to see Spitting Steel on it, and it's going to trigger me to no end. Alright, come on, be there. Wow, man. This is just crazy how many runs it's been. Absolutely crazy. Needs anti-death rune. Absolutely insane. All right, stage one. Well, thanks for hanging out, man. Have a great afternoon. Oh, if it only worked that way, Alien. If it only worked that way. If probability was cumulative, oh, the world would be a better place. And every casino in the world would be out of business. Because let me tell you, it doesn't matter how many nickels you put in that slot machine. It doesn't make your chances to win any better. And the same thing goes for farming Spinning Steel. It didn't get faster for you? It did for me. Didn't center them very good that time. I mean, they're always off-centered, but I usually off-center them on the other side. Well, enjoy yourself there, Harrison. Well, I mean, the deal with this map is you got to put anything that you build that can be destroyed somewhere where they're least likely to get hit. And that just makes right over here a really good place for that, you know? Just not super likely for them to get hit here. Get seed to the face, copter. What's going on there, Shadow Dragon? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good, good. It's good to hear. Just trying to farm out a spinning steel sword from this map. And they don't seem to exist for me at the moment. Got a lot of runs in on this map over the last, 48 hours, 36 hours, whatever it's been since the update hit. In fact, the last 2 nights I was up way, way too late. Last night I was up until like 2 in the morning. Which I guess 2 in the morning is not bad. It's kind of normal for me. No, after the recent buffs, the Protean sword is slightly better. They're really close. The Smasher versus the Protean sword, they're very, very, very close. But the sword is slightly better at the same rolls. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with using the one I've already got. But, of course, just because this one is slightly better, I want it. I wants it. I'm going good, man. Just trying to get them drops, right? Trying to get RNG to be a little more friendly with me. I'm not looking forward, really, to the next grind. Because once I get this sword and I get a couple of decent sets of bracers that I like, I'm going to switch over to Alchemical Labs to grind out some brooches. And, I don't know. That map just seems grindy to me. I mean, it takes longer. Even doing solo runs, it takes about 10 minutes per run longer than this map does. But it feels like it's an hour longer. You know? Got a Protean weapon for your monk. It's stronger for the Lycan King weapon. Could be, could be. I mean, I didn't, if you got to compare apples to apples, the same amount of upgrades. Thanks for following there, Pumpkin Spice Rabbit. Welcome, welcome. Sacred Cow, what's up, man? How you doing? Oh, you're Shadow Dragon. Well, hello there. They're within 10 upgrades? Yeah. I mean, all of the boss weapons got buffed. You know? The difference you're going to find is in most cases, you're probably going to land more projectiles with the Lycan King weapon than you are the Protean or the Dragon polearm for the monk, anyway. So, although it might be higher DPS in the Tavern, you have to figure out, is it higher DPS effectively? You know? Because those projectiles on those other weapons go real wide, real quick. Been meaning to change your YouTube name, but you're being lazy about it. That's fair. Nothing wrong with a little lazy every now and then. Like, most of those weapons work for me, but I play a very, very mid-range monk. I don't spam at the things on them. When I play a DPS monk, I get up in there. You know, because in most cases, I'm trying to make sure my hero boost is going to hit a squire. That's usually in the group. So, doing that, I've got no problem getting up in there. Twitch has screwed up your login. You haven't been able to log in for most of the week. They keep sending you emails saying it's fixed and it's not. That's a bummer, man. The blades tank the frame rate. It's something you should get reported in. And, you know, I know any kind of performance issues like that, Phil is going to want to be aware of for sure. I've been pretty lucky with Twitch overall. I've never had issues with my Twitch account at all. I mean, never really once since the beginning. I know a lot of people have had various issues. I'm the one that persuades you to get the game. Well, I mean, I can tell you I enjoy it. Attack is better on every hero. The ability stuff caps out super, super low. Or it gets, like, super hard diminishing returns, super, super low. So in, like, no instances anywhere in the game is it better to go ability over attack. In fact, for endgame, the question is not... Ability isn't even in the conversation. The question is, do you go into vitality or attack? Not luck yet, Uzar. Trash tier luck so far. So the usual. The usual. Well, I mean, Twitch is... See how Twitch could be responsible for crashing their audio. I mean, I don't know what specific problem he's having. Or that person is having. Should not assume. But, I mean, Twitch is just encoding a video. Usually if there's an audio issue, it's going to be user side, not Twitch's side. The original Dungeon Fighter is good. DDA actually has, if you want to just take a dip in and check it out, they actually have a free demo going now. Oh, I have always struggled for gear here in Newbin, bro. 12k buff beams? Nice. I'm not sure where mine are at now. They're probably around there. I'm not sure exactly where my buff beams are at now, to be honest. I haven't looked at them in ages. Take that, Mr. Copter. There is just nothing better than squire hopping around this map. I mean, this map is definitely my favorite map to play squire on. I mean, just being able to clear wall to wall just in seconds and spray down a lane, it's just amazing. My range is pretty big, and the reason is these were gas traps only before I added in explosive traps. So they had an absurd range on them. Like 12k or whatever. I want to say the range is probably like 9k now. When I got an Arcanist helm and I switched them over to be a hybrid, I dropped some of the range out and put it into power instead. So yeah, I got some big boy traps. To be honest with you, the effective radius of an explosion trap is so large, I would be much better served going more into power right now. But I just haven't bothered to look for any different gear. Traps are great right now, though. I mean, you look at this build and you see I placed all those wisps over there. You would assume the wisps are doing all the heavy lifting. The traps are actually doing all the heavy lifting. And the wisps are doing all the cleanup work on the special enemies. No demo on Switch. Yeah, I think Nintendo is a little more difficult to get those things approved on. I mean, to be fair, Steam is, as far as what I know, Steam is the easiest for developers to work with out of all the platforms. Like even comparing PC and Xbox in the mix. Yeah, you still need the trigger point range, but I mean, that's just a placement matter then. I mean, if your trigger radius is not as big as mine, just move it a little closer. You know, it's not really going to affect the build too terribly. But these explosive traps, I mean, they're exploding all the way down to here. Now, of course, they're going to have damage fall off. But their explosion radius is going from here. Like looking at this side, it's going from there all the way to here. So I mean, it's just, it actually works out perfect with the with the ensnare. When you look at the radius, the second an enemy gets ensnared, they're going to be inside of the explosion radius as long as something is pushing up and triggering. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would still prioritize range. I'm just saying, I think mine is a little overkill, is all I'm saying. I don't think I need this. I think I would be better off with more power. But I just haven't gone in. You know, I haven't gone in and changed the stuff. Alright, Mr. Boss Man, give me my spinning steel, please. It's the right thing to do. And we're taking some big chunks off of him with his back door open. Holy crap. Butt tanking for the win. I'm really looking forward to the Summoner too. Damn you, Alex. You had to bring it up. Alright. We got Poo Poo Giraffe. Range and Fort. I mean, it's not what I'm really looking for, but it's at least a 2-stat bracer. And now I think the Summoner is going to be as close to the DD1 Summoner as we've had since DD1. Right, come on. Come on. Oh my god. It's still not there. Jesus, man. Oof, oof, oof. No, it's not going to have separate DU. It is going to have 2 pets. That was confirmed yesterday. Oh, you're all good there, Pumpkin Spice. You all good, man. All right, let's go one more here. Doing the same thing. I'll do one more and then I'll make another group. The return of the buff summoner. Probably to an extent. The curiosity is it going to give some way to buff pets? Because having 2 pets is not necessarily a good thing for DPS values. Because, I mean, you're doing more than double damage on a pet by using it on a Squire or a Warden, right? So, by using 2 pets on a Summoner, you'd actually be doing less overall damage output. Assuming, of course. But what if it gets some way to buff pets? That's going to make it extremely viable. And fun, probably. Oh my god. Don't make it fun, Phil. Whatever you do. Just kidding, of course. Make it fun, Phil. Make it fun. Give us a damn pet buff. Well, yeah. I mean, you gotta try it out for the memes, right? But, I mean, using 2 bombers could quite potentially just be a meme build. Like, it may be less effective than using 1 on a Warden. The thing with using 2 is you'll be able to hit so many more targets, and the base damage is high. Which that, of course, is going to be nice. Well, yeah. I mean, the attack stat increases the pet damage on every hero right now. So that will be the same. I mean, there's no reason to think they would change that. That's my curiosity. Is you have the ability to go with 2 buff pets, but additionally you would have the ability to go with 2 Mistamines. 2 Mistamines is a 20% damage boost to all defenses on the map. That's kind of big. You know? I think the funnest thing to do will be 2 little bombers. I mean, I don't know. I'm excited to see the kit. You know, I want to see what all is in the kit and what's offered. You know, what defenses are there and what abilities are there. I mean, I think it would be silly to assume there's not going to be a flash heal. I think flash heal is a big important part of the summoner, right? So there's one of the slots, the ability slots, taken already. And what if Overlord mode is the other part? Phil has still not said that Overlord mode is going to make it, but he's kind of teased that it perhaps could. He's not given a definitive answer on it yet. You know? That could be the 2 abilities. And if Overlord and Flash Heal are in, then, I mean, what are you going to want? Are you going to want to use 2 Monkey Kings to keep all the Dark Elf Warriors off of you? Or are you going to be invincible in Overlord mode? You know? Movable minions, he's confirmed. He said it won't have the same functionality that DD1 does. But as far as like moving minions around, that will be confirmed. That is confirmed. Definitive answers are the bane of devs. Absolutely. Phil says Flash Heal. Never heard of it. Phil's not doing any Saturday afternoon trolling or anything. Phil would never do that. I'm curious on the minion units. What's going to be there and how are they going to be? Is there going to be a mage that will heal archers? You know, are we going to be able to do lines of archer walls again like before? I mean, that would be kind of cool. But if you turn them into a wall, are they going to be able to hit hard enough? Because remember, the DU-MU isn't split. So you wouldn't have enough DU to spam down our full archer walls, you know? Yeah, for sure, PNM. What's the other two, man? Danger Man, what's up? It is not crossplay. We have hopes of getting cross saves in the future, where you can play from any platform on the same account, but no crossplay is planned currently. Yeah, I mean, maybe. But is it going to cost a bazillion DU to throw down that ogre? When one DU is working really, really well with a spike blockade? That's the question, you know? Exactly. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be over other defenses. But will it be enough to, you know, say you spend half the DU on archer walls? Well, then you've got a whole lot less DU to put into your DSTs or whatever. Will they be good enough where it's worth spending that DU on? I mean, it's lots of questions. We're going to have to wait for the PTR and see. Hopefully it's not that far off. I mean, Phil has said many times early October, but early October has a long meaning in the dev world. The majority of people in the overall universe would say Dungeon Defenders 1 is better. I personally super enjoyed both games, and I think they're both worth playing. But if you polled every person that ever touched a Dungeon Defenders game, they would say DD1 is better. Ogre was good for those crystalline maps. I'll be honest with you. You know what I did on those crystalline maps? I stacked LTs in the middle of the map. And a few DSTs. And then I think on the third map I had multiple LT stacks. And then some Aura stacks and reflect beams. That was it. I think I threw some minions in too. I don't know, it's been such a long time since I did that map. Thing already repaired. Y'all are all on it. The right answer to the question of what Dungeon Defenders game to play, and if anyone says differently, they're just wrong. And that is play all the Dungeon Defenders games, because they're all worth playing. If you never experienced DD1, you missed out. If you never experienced DD2, it's a very different take on the franchise, but you missed out. And if you haven't experienced DDA, you missed out. Don't miss out, y'all. Play all the stuff. Then play all the Orcs Must Die games and all the Sanctum games too, because if not, you're missing out on the entire genre. I would doubt probably that. Chainsaw sword isn't the same without the sounds? Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. But I doubt we'll ever see it. I mean, I don't know. I think that would just be... I think that would be a lot of time that could be spent improving other aspects of the game. So much for all that mana I just picked up. It's gone. Damn it, man. Go Wisps! Aramir's got him. So what is everybody playing today anyway? What's Saturday looking like? Who's played Coral Island, y'all? I know it's a completely different franchise, but isn't Coral Island in early access or something now? I've been itching to play it. I've got access to it from the Kickstarter. No pet that increases mana yields. Ghost of Tsushima. IHOPS is DD1 achievement hunting. Very nice, very nice. As soon as I get off my ass and I get my DD1 grind going on again, I'll get some matches in with you there, IHOPS. Slime Rancher 2. I've got access to that too. I've yet to check it out. I need to do that. Maybe I'll do that tonight too. If I can just pull this heroin needle out of my arm that is grinding for spinning steel and either get the damn thing or take a break from it. I think Slime Rancher 2 is probably a good choice of something to play here later on tonight. DDA inventory management. Just do it, distraction. Break down and hit the sell all button, man. It is liberating. Like, unlock everything, lock everything, then unlock everything, and then go through and lock like the items that you just can't part with, and then sell all, man. It's the most liberating thing in the whole damn game. Getting spootered right out the gates? Jeez. Little fail jump there. That's alright. We'll smack him. A little late to the party on that one. AV, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. All you baddies need to die. Going back to is it cross-platform? Is that they do cross-platform saves, and if they get enough traction and no fuels, ain't they gonna play? Crossplay is a lot bigger to implement than that. It's a licensing thing, and it's expensive. And although, like, the newer versions of Unreal 4 and Unreal 5 and whatever, I think add in a little bit more functionality for crossplay, I believe. I think the issue with crossplay, a lot of it is into the licensing and stuff. And, like, it's a lot tougher to get that all going in an already established game versus having it go right out of the gates. So, I mean, at this point, I think cross saves is the highest anyone should really think or expect. I mean, I'm a firm believer that every single co-op game in existence would benefit from having true crossplay. But I also have been in the business world long enough to know that Sony and Microsoft will just never come to an agreement on anything. You know? It's like asking a McDonald's if they mind if Burger King customers come and sit in their lobby and eat. You know? It's a hard clash between major competitors. I'm not sure what the highest is, PNM. To be honest with you, I've been looking at the passive roles more than anything. I mean, cross-play would be awesome, don't get me wrong. I just think it's a lot harder than people think it is to implement. It's not a matter of just flipping a switch. I think when Fortnite had that issue where they were set up for full crossplay and they accidentally flipped the switch that one day, it put the impression in a lot of people's heads that it's that easy in all games. And they don't realize that, or a lot of people anyway, don't realize that Fortnite was actually developed for crossplay. You know? But, man, one day, right? I tell you what'll happen one day. One day is Sony will buy Microsoft, or Microsoft will buy Sony, and they will continue to make the two different platforms, and then crossplay will finally be implemented on everything. That's what will end up happening. I mean, will that be in my lifetime? Probably not. But I do think eventually that's probably the most accurate realization. Well, right. It's a quote unquote accidentally for sure. Yeah, both companies fail and something new comes along. That as well. For sure. Alright, come on, you stinking spinning steel. Be here for God's sakes. Rate and movement speed. Not great, but not terrible. Where are you? Oh, there you are right there. If I want to look at you directly. Imagine that. No spinning steel. How odd. I mean, who would expect that one day there will be a spinning steel sword sitting there? Who would think? Who would ever think? Yeah, reforging has been in DDA for like a year or so. So anyway, y'all, that's been 3 runs, so I'm going to start a new group up here. But before I do, I am going to take... Oops. So used to going back in. Before I do, I'm going to take a real quick coffee break and brew up another coffee, and then go dispose of earlier's coffee. So you all will have to bear with me for a few more minutes here. But so give me just a moment here, and I will be right back. Right, I am back. Sorry about that, y'all. I had to get the caffeine flowing. See, before I left, Braden asked what melee weapon has the highest base damage for the rogue spin. The rogue is in a very different position now than it used to be. I'm not sure this was entirely intentional, but the rogue weapons have changed a little bit, where previously the Wolfsbane, the Claymore, was better than the Smasher. Let's do some quick testing on a couple of pieces here. What's the highest rolled Inspired Assault I got? That one, those two are not really comparable. Let's see if there's a higher roll Inspired. That one's higher. Ethereum. 353. Well, that one would be perfect, but it's Ethereum Champion. I think this is the highest. Where'd it go? I think that's... Where the hell is it? No, I can't find the damn thing. There it is. I think... Okay, now previously this was the better one. So, the spin move, you look, it's doing 44.37 million per wackadoodle. So 44.37 versus 56.87. So now the Claymore is a little bit better. What if you took that one step further and you checked out a throne room weapon? Let's try to get the highest rolled. There's a 361. There's a 362 that's already upgraded. So if we go with the throne room weapon, we're at 46.77. So it drops way back down. So the Smasher appears to be the shit. No, there's DD2 is server based, so there's not the level of hackery that there was back in the day on consoles in DD1. People are modding DD2 gear on PC and getting away with it. But it's not going to be widespread on console like it was in DD1. So yeah, I personally am using the Smasher. Now, remember, I also got that 70% damage boost on here, which these did not have. So you got to factor that in as well, but it's a pretty considerable damage difference between them. Now, this obviously is a 383 as well. So, I mean, I think it might even boil down to the rolls, you know, between the different ones. Let me see if I got a lower rolled Smasher that I could upgrade real quick and compare. Here's a 354 Inspired Assault. Let's say upgrade this one and look at them a little more apples to apples. So a 354 Inspired Assault without having that plus damage is going to be 44.76 versus a 362 from there, 46.77 versus a 355 Claymore, 44.37. So they're super comparable. I think it's going to come down to whatever you got the highest roll on, to be honest with you, between those three. The Summit weapon I didn't really compare. Do I have one that's decent? Probably not. No, I don't have one that's decent, I don't believe. Those are pole arms. Check the Alk Labs one. That one has no attack, so it would be a big stat drop. So yeah, I think it might be boiled down to whatever you have the highest roll on now. So for me, I'm using that Smasher. Anyway, let's get a freshie going, y'all. Because, you know, there's got to be a damn spinning steel in there somewhere. Somewhere. You got to be there at some point. Oh, let me clear out my inventory real quick. Free up some of this junk. The junk spots. What's that one? Oh! Look at it. Every 105 spinning steel shield I get, something glaringly wrong with it. And that one's got no vitality on it, making it a complete deal breaker. So it would go to the junk pile. The old discard list. I'm not at the speed cap. Some of the stuff I'm just saving to do some giveaways when trading comes a thing. The Obsidian Gemstone, your next attack nullifies or reduces the armor of all enemies hit. So it's not comparable single player, but as a group composition, like the perfect group composition, you would want a boost monk with 100% uptime on their boost. You would want a rogue with a prop cat. You would want a squire with a monkey king. And then whoever the fourth person in the group is, you would want them to use an obsidian gemstone. And ideally, be someone with a very fast fire rate. That way the uptime stays. You know, it's got the 10-second cooldown, but you can have it up 40% of the time. So you would actually want it, like, depending on the boss fight, if it was, say, a Lichen King boss fight, that person you would want them to not attack until you get the Lichen King in position, and then attack to apply the debuff. And then, of course, if it was like the Goblin Mech, you'd want them not to attack unless the door was open. Then when the door opens, applies the debuff, and then the group can get the maximum, the maximum amount of damage potential. So that's more of definitely a group composition sort of thing. All right, let's go get this dang thing. You gots to be in here somewhere. I've yet to test it in a group without the gas traps. It may be better to go without gas traps in a group, because, I mean, we're wrecking it. And, I mean, everybody's contributing. So, I mean, without gas traps, that's 9 extra DU. Oops. All right, Alex, you called it, man. So you got to make it. You got to make it true now. Let me see. Somebody asked earlier, too. I'm not super high on any one stat, but I'm super high in power, or I'm high in power and range. So yeah, just 10k power, but 9300 range. I do kind of feel like I could get rid of 1000 range and dump it into power and benefit from it, though. I feel like I'm a little overboard on the range, because remember, range has really harsh diminishing return. So the values you get as you start pushing into the super high range is just not great. Well, offhands are in the weapon category. So you would want to, like, if you only wanted to pick up offhands, I would want to uncheck sword, shield, bow, etc. and leave ammo pouch, pole arm. What I did is I went a little further, and I'm only picking up 105 gear because I manually look at what did I screw up here? Manually look at all the weapons and special drops for the map, you know. The loot filter, although it is really, really good, it's still not perfect. It's better than anything in any Dungeon Defenders game. But on that same note, it still could use tweaks, you know? Why do you keep doing that? It's so goddamn irritating. Oh, was that Alex? Oh, it was a different person? I'm getting trolled by multiple people here? Good lord. I thought it was the same person there, Alex. Well, I mean... Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Mixed Massacre, Hardcore, Mixed Mode, Lycan King bonus waves. Theodore is where the best loot comes from. So to get Lycan King bonus difficulty unlocked, you have to kill the Lycan King or complete the keep on Mixed Mode. And then you can apply that modifier to every other map. I could, but I almost never use Inferno, and I use Explosive and Gas all the time, so that's why I have it set up the way I do. I mean, I use Explosive and Gas on almost every map, where I only use Inferno, like on probably maybe 10% of the maps. So it's just more of a convenience thing for me. That, and I do like having disgustingly large explosive traps as well. Not going to say I don't enjoy that. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Where far did that seed? That's so weird. Sometimes the seeds seem like they just don't make it very far, and then other times they go all the way down to the end of the map. Let me get this seed thing figured out. So if you launch like right at the center of the doorway, it's landing about right there. So if you launched at the top of the doorway, then it looked like it actually, yeah, it went all the way to the spawn. So the top of the doorway is the place to aim. Another thing to remember too, Damon, is always look at the stats and don't prioritize a piece of gear over the number of upgrades, or like if you're just breaking into Massacre, don't prioritize the gear over it being godly. Because remember that a crappy godly piece is not as good as a good trans piece. And it's a game of stats, you know, so any piece, no matter how many upgrades it has on it, if it doesn't have all the stats you need on it, and you're missing one single stat, that's one of your main stats you need, that's going to make that piece not good, you know, for lack of better words. Now, those not good pieces that are super high rolls, that's where you put together your ensnare auras and gas traps and stuff like that from. Your utility defenses. Strength drains and enrages. You know, all those pieces that are so close but not quite. That's where those pieces go. You know? And then you end up getting a beast mode set of enrage auras or whatever. At one point, my strength drain auras had like over 12,000 range. I toned it down a bit, but it went with more fort. But yeah, 12,000 range. I did the same thing with my walls. I got over 13,000 fort on my walls. Fully upgraded. My spike blockades were over 2 million health. And then I'm like, man, if I just drop that way down, I can turn this into my DPS hero. And the walls are, instead of being 2 million health, they're 1.8. But now my walls are on my active DPS hero. So if I need to throw a wall down in emergency in the middle of a wave, like I instantly stopped losing runs because of something getting destroyed. Like if an area gets destroyed now, I can just go up there and spam down a bunch of bouncer blockades on my active squire, and that's gonna save the day for me. Plus just the quality of life of not having to take up another spot in the hero deck. But stats just, they've got high diminishing returns. You know, so going from 10k to 13k or whatever, you just don't get as much value as you think you would. Like, going from 10,000 to 13,000 is a 30% increase in stat and power, right? Well, you don't get 30% more damage, you know? In fact, you may only get 5 or 10% more. I don't know, we should test that. And see exactly how much you gain and the difference from going from 10k to 13k. I can tell you that going from like 8k range to 12k range, it is a very, very small amount. Now range takes a big hit, so does rate. Does the apprentice still have its charge shot? It does. It does, but it doesn't. It's different. It's not like it is in DD2. It's like it was in DD1, where it's a. Let me switch heroes. Where it's a AOE explosion around yourself. I mean, asking if any Dungeon Defenders game is better than DD1, for anyone who truly played them all, you're going to get the same answer for all of them, man. Is it worth playing is what you should be asking. And yes, it is worth playing. As far as difficulty, it's not easier. It's just faster to end game than DD1. As far as difficulty goes, it's not any easier. It's just you get to end game faster. Ooh, wrecked. This game is more about quality of life, you know. DD1, It was all about the long-term grind. Yeah, Endless is out right now. It is indeed. Well, it's not out on Switch, but it is out on PlayStation and PC and Xbox. What's up, bird? The summoner, you mean? The summoner is in the next update. It'll be in PTR testing within the next couple of weeks. You'll see me playing the summoner here within just a few weeks on the testing servers, or testing build. I'm in the spawn, Phil. How you like that? The true death overview. I like it. Now I can't get back in? Or do I have to go back in the way I came? Yeah, gonna have to go back in the way I came. Oh, the new patch is super fun there, Rubik's Cube. Been good times, good times. Lots to grind and lots to do, and kind of nice. By the time you get through the grind, the PTR for episode 2 is going to be here. So we'll instantly have more content to start working on. Now the PTR, of course, is not live, so none of that saves, but we'll at least be able to jump in and try out all the new things, because there is a lot of new things. Everything is straight better because Rifted has not only mix mode, or mix mode has not only Rifted now, but it also has bonus waves, or bonus difficulties. So you can do those Lycan King bonus difficulties on Rift mode, or on mix mode. And so literally every item in the game has better potential now. It wouldn't be endless if it had an end now, would it? So no end. Unlimited scaling. I mean, there will be an end, because eventually you'll get your butt kicked. But the difficulty continues to scale up. I mean, there will be an end, but it won't be an end that anyone can realistically reach. Because it'll be that 8 quadrillion or quintillion number, or whatever it is, the 64-bit signed integer. Whatever that number is, which would be literal thousands and thousands and thousands of waves. Alright, come on, let's see what you got. Really crappy high upgrade Ethereum. We got us a... Oh, what was it? What was it? Not a spinning steel, imagine that. That's not the piece. We got a trashy Ramster. I mean, that's not a bad miner boots. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. And we got HP regen and movement speed bracers. Gonna have a whole lot of bracers to throw away here soon. It's 0.63 on all ranged pets. Need them. Stage 1 mini boss got a spinning steel sword. Very nice, very nice. Congrats. I'll have one at some point before the year 2049. At some point by then. I will have me a spinning steel. Not as often, but yeah. DD1's getting an update soon, so I'm going to be playing more DD1 in the very, very near future. Well, you don't judge the state of a game by YouTube or Twitch is rule number 1. But on YouTube, Dungeon Defenders 1 has the most searches, DDA has the second most, DDA the third most, and then Going Rogue is the very bottom. On Twitch lately, DDA has been number 1, DDA number 2, DDE, or DD1 is number 3. But you don't look at Twitch or YouTube numbers for how a game is doing. Because remember, the majority of people don't watch live streams. On YouTube, DD2 and Dungeon Defenders Going Rogue get almost no searches. Sadly, considering that's what I based my livelihood off of. There's a dedicated group of streamers on Twitch for DD2. It gets pretty consistent views. DDA is second on both platforms. DD1 is first on YouTube, and DDA is second. DDA is actually 1 on Twitch right now. But historically, it's been 2. So currently, as in the last 7 days, DDA is number 2 on YouTube and number 1 on Twitch. But if you looked at the last 6 months, shit, somebody's got mana. If you looked at the last 6 months, DDA would be 2 on both. No, DD2's free to play, so DD2 will never die. It's always got more people. It's free, so there's always going to be people downloading the game and checking it out. Oh, distraction. Well, we're going to have to restart the map, I think. Stuck on a loading screen. Let's just restart. Will be the thing to do. See if that will take you out of your loading screen. Ah, it's not your fault. Nothing you can do about it, man. I just won't upgrade this time. And we'll be good no matter what. Looks like all 3 of you dropped in this time, so hopefully that resolved it. That's a visual bug there with the rogue displaying multiple swords. Traps are beast now, yeah. Extremely beast. In fact, a few maps you can just straight up do trap spawn camps and then just manually kill ogres. That's kind of what we're doing here. Here we're doing we're killing all the trash mobs with traps. Thanks for following there, JDM. We're killing all the trash mobs for trash, and then we're putting wisps in to kill the ogres, basically, and the special enemies. Yeah, it's definitely not a bad idea to have multiple huntresses. Figure you can do one for like Inferno or an explosion, and then add one for gas traps. What I do is I've got one for gas and explosion and a different one for Inferno, because I don't often use Inferno, but I almost always use explosion and gas traps. In fact, I'll even go as far as to say explosive traps are kind of meta for mixed mode because of all the skeleton spawns. They, like, on some maps, they'll shave 10 minutes off the runtime of the map just by adding in explosive traps. Because all those skeletons you got to kill over and over and over and over, you know? I haven't used many spike traps, but I do think that they're viable now, and they made them stackable now as well. I don't think it's you, Distraction. I think it's just the game. 'Cause, I mean, I'm on a screaming gaming PC, and I've got fiber internet, and when I join somebody else's group that hosts, it takes me forever to log in, to load in. Oh, you explodies at me, bro. Don't need that crap. This is the one, y'all. This is the one. Spinning Steel will be here, I swear. It's a for sure. If only for sures existed. If only. Oh, yeah. Well, that's straight double damage right there. Stage 1, you gotta have fusion stuff. It's straight up double damage against rifted enemies. Five of each character is the only way. I think I may have even gone farther than that. I need to go through and clean my characters up and delete a bunch. And actually get, like, proper amounts of characters leveled. I got just a random bunch of characters. Like, I had the longest spell where I was doing those fresh starts. I got to go through and delete all those characters. And just doing random testing. I got to do a lot of cleanup before episode 2 hits. That episode 2 update it's very, very, very game changing. Lollipop's still there. Yep, got to get ready for the summoner. Also, got to get ready for the tower changes. Like, how many people have a fusion set of darkness traps set up right now? There's a bunch of tower changes, and then there's the big change is runes are being added to the game. Which, well, I mean, that's not sadly, that's good. You're going to want to reforge all your gear to put power on them, but it's expected that the darkness trap is going to become the poison dart tower. I think it's going to be similar to the really early days of DD2. There hasn't been enough information out really to give a for certain thing, but it's going to be more similar to the super early days of DD2 where there was skill spheres. and different runes will affect different things. Like there will be runes for defenses, there will be runes for heroes. It's going to be quite game-changing. There is no doubt there. And then the Summoner coming into the mix also brings a whole new set of defenses in, which could be very, very meta-changing as well. Yeah, he's going to do it so we don't lose something. Or he didn't say lose something. He said he's going to do it so it doesn't conflict with the current build styles. So there will definitely be gear that you need to change around. It depends on its damage output. It was good before it became broken in DD2. Can you stack the same rune? I don't know. I doubt it, but we'll have to see. I mean, they're not here yet, so we have zero input. I mean, we'll be able to learn all that when the PTR hits. The rune will change the function of the tower. Like, for example, if you've played Going Rogue, there's a rune that makes DSTs cause an explosion on hit. So, assuming that rune makes it into the game, then DSTs are going to now have a little AoE explosive burst when they land, if you use that rune. So, I mean, I don't know what the runes are going to be, so we don't have a whole lot of examples other than what's in Going Rogue now. Yeah, there'll be generic runes that, like, increase the range of all defenses, like Dizzy said. There will be stuff that affects a specific defense. There will be things that change, probably overall with heroes. Plus, there will be things that affect a specific skill with heroes. I mean, I think there'll be poison dart towers. Plus, there's not a source of damaging poison damage in the game now. So I think that making on poison dart towers makes sense without changing the element at all. Personally, I think makes the most sense. Hope it's a guaranteed drop per map. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I hope it's not a RNG train wreck like DD2 is. But, I mean, I'm hoping there's enough of them where it's a pool per map. Where it's not necessarily a guaranteed drop, but it's guaranteed out of these 5 or whatever on this map, or whatever the case is. I'm hoping there's enough runes where there's that much diversity, you know? Oh, it'll 100% be Darkness over Thunderspike. He just made a change to Thunderspike that makes it way more usable. I mean, it may be Darkness and Thunderspike, but it definitely would be Darkness first. No, it won't remove the tower. What are you talking about? Are you talking about runes, or are you talking about the tower changes? The tower changes are going to be changed to a different tower, yeah. Like, assuming the sniper cannon is going to... Or assume that the PDT is going to replace the Darkness Trap, which I think is a really, really fair assumption. The Darkness Trap will be gone. That slot will now be the PDT. Darkness Trap will 100% be not in the game anymore. You know, if they change the sniper cannon... No, that's not what he was saying at all. That's not what I got out of it anyway. I mean, we would need Phil for more info, but that's not even remotely what I got out of it. I mean, he definitely said your builds. When he said your builds, I think he meant how you're building maps, not how you're building individual heroes. But, I mean, I guess we would need clarity from Phil on that. But, I mean, we'll find out soon enough, right? What's everybody's guess on the PTR? What does early... let me tell you, first off, early October to a game developer means any time between the 1st and the 14th. Because it's not mid-October until the 15th, and it's not late October until after the 15th. So early October means anywhere between the 1st and the 15th. No, I'm talking dates, not a guess on weeks. Saying 2 to 3 weeks is a 14-day variance PNM. I want dates, man. What's your date guess? Mine is the 7th. If you look at the last bunch of PTRs, they all started on a Friday. I'm going to be optimistic and say it's going to be on the 7th. But what do you guys think? You want to say later? I mean, that's a pretty fair guess, saying later. You know? 14th? Well, you see, that's possible, but God, I hope it doesn't take that long. Because let me tell you, man, although, like I said before, to a dev, the 14th is still early October, to a player, that is mid-October. That is no longer early, you know? Oh, well, it will definitely be October 22. There's no way he's trolling us that hard. %60 of towers people use are poison? Well, that's not really true. 60% of this map isn't poison. Like, half of the, or more than half of the DU is dumped into wisps, which are physical. Or do you mean tower types? I mean, that's just because the only good, reliable CC in the game is poison. It's going to be a poison dart tower. It's not going to be a lightning dart tower. I mean, if that tower comes to the game, it's just going to be poison. It just is. Well, I mean, here I got the map dumbed down. You got to remember, too, on dumbed down builds like this, there's very few amount of towers. So, yeah, I got what? 1, 2, 3, 4... and then 5, and then 6 with the wisp. 6 different tower types, and 2 of them are poison, so that would be 33%. And I think that's pretty normal. In fact, I would normally have, on most builds, I would have an electric aura in here. Well, I would have an electric aura over an inferno trap normally. Well, yeah, Sludge Launcher is poison, too. That's true. I forgot about Sludge Launcher. But, I mean, it's just going to be poison, y'all. It just is. They're trying to bring good feels to the game from the other games. A Fire Dart Tower is not going to bring those feels. A Poison Dart Tower will. I just think it's unrealistic to expect it to be a different element. Now, maybe it will be. Maybe you're right. But I just don't think that's a realistic expectation. That, and to be honest with you, the game doesn't have elemental combos, and you're going to convert it to fusion anyway. So, I mean, who really cares what element it is? It could be the Poo Slinger, elemental earth damage, straight from the Huntress's buttocks, and it's still going to get converted to fusion damage. All right, Natum, take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging out. Well, I mean, that's a normal on like, literally every map in the game. People are going to use an Ensnare Aura and an Electric Aura. I mean, some of the late game meta builds now are just gas traps and LTs, but as a general rule, Ensnare Aura, Electric Aura, and Strength Drain Aura goes usually on every lane. Besides this, like I said, the seriously decked out speedrunners and stuff now. You're quitting DDA if it's not the Poo Slinger? Hey, you never know, man. You never know. Maybe the Poo Slinger will come. What a shame on some of these rolls on these. And another stability and HP regen. The game loves sending me those. I got an absurd amount of them now. Not at the speed cap. Alright, here it is. Spinning steel. Be there. My god, man. This is absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. Just crazy, crazy, crazy. What's up, homie? Don't be so sad. He'll roll the dice on the load screen. Here goes. Is it gonna work? We will find out soon enough. Gold, just like in DDA, there's gold in DD2. DD2 has more things to sink your gold into, though, which DDA will have as well, I'm sure, with the runes and everything. But you have more ways to spend your gold in DD2. Oops. Derped that buff beam a little. That reflect beam there, it's like maybe 1 out of every 10 runs. you'll get an ogre that makes it far enough out of that lane up there to throw across there and blow all that stuff up. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's like 1 out of every 10 runs. That's why I started putting that on there. Huh, that's weird. Your 4 trillion, I don't think will go very far, Rubik's, with trading. It depends on if you buy any gear. I mean, high-end gear for, like, a piece that you would be interested in is going to be super expensive. It'll be 1 to 2 trillion for one piece. Want to see how much the runes cost. I mean, I have no guess whatsoever. Trading is where the gold sink will be for DDA. The runes it will require some money to unlock them. But for a player that's already been grinding is into the trillions as far as how much gold they have, I don't think there's going to be any issue at all getting your runes unlocked. So how that works is you will find the rune on a map, and then you pay to have that rune unlocked. And once that rune is unlocked, it leaves your inventory and becomes an equipable item. So you don't need a bunch of runes either. So it's not like shards in DD2 where you got to have 16,000 destruction shards. You need 1, and you can use that 1 on any hero you want once you have it unlocked. Then when you find additional runes, you can trade those runes. So runes will be sellable, and you can trade those bad boys. Now, of course, it'll be like any other game. Some of the runes will, you know, if any of the runes are rare and good, those will be the expensive ones. Depending on how easy the runes are to farm, they might not be very expensive at all. And let's be honest, if they're too easy to farm, then there's no point in even making them tradable because nobody's going to bother. If you can't make a little bit of gold off of it, then it's not going to be worth trading, you know? So, I mean, I want them, you know, depending on, assuming there's a bunch too. I'm hoping there's like hundreds, or at least 100 plus different runes. If there's 100 plus different runes, I don't want to be able to get them all in a day. If I can get them all in a day, it's going to really devalue them. Oh, this chroma skin, yeah. Yeah, it's a DLC, like everybody said, for stage 1. Hoping they do more, to be honest. People like the cosmetics, and I know they're very focused on making the cosmetics, but I actually hope that the individual cosmetics are more like unlocks in the skins themselves. They can make DLC. Because having that base skin to switch over to is pretty badass. It just is, you know? Around 60 to 70 for the first dump. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Because he also said that there's going to be more coming in the part 2 of episode 2. And then I would assume that that will be an ongoing feature, and there will be more and more and more added over time. So, I mean, if it starts off with 60 or 70, it's going to end up with a couple of hundred, I bet. You know, by the end. I don't think we'll ever be able to spend gold to level up a character, Snazzy, but on the same note, it's so quick and easy once you get a base set of heroes leveled up and through the game. It's so fast and easy to level others. What I did that wave 23 to 40 keep the other day on stream to test it, and we went from level 1 to like level 95 or 96 in 35 minutes or whatever, doing 23 to 40 on keep. So I mean, it's super quick. I can tell you what I hope, and I know not everybody hopes the same thing, because a lot of people do enjoy spamming the same things over and over again. I love playing powerful meta defenses. Not gonna lie, I love using powerful meta defenses. But one thing I like is when the powerful meta changes. Like, I love using my wisps and beams and sludges right now. But if wisps, beams, and sludges were no longer meta, I would have no problem moving on to other stuff. You know? So I'm hoping the Summoner is an absolutely game-changing beast. And I hope runes change the game enough that it forces a meta change. I really do. I would love to see a Harpoon meta. I would love to see another DST meta. I would love to see a Summoner meta. You know? Hell, traps are in a really good place right now. Imagine if the PDT is so strong, assuming once again that it's the PDT that's coming. Imagine if the PDT was so strong that it made the Huntress the go-to meta builder instead of the Warden. That's something that goes back historically with all Dungeon Defenders games too, Stage 1 mini-boss. New heroes that have arrived in every Dungeon Defenders game have been extremely powerful at launch. I don't know, I just want it to get here. PTR is too damn far off. Early October is not descriptive enough for me, Phil. I want times and dates. Tell me when to set my alarm clock, for God's sakes. Do it, Phil, do it. Spill the beans. I'm ready to grind that stuff out. It'll wake you up when September ends. Wrong hero. Little sharking getting a little uppity there. No, we will not have it. I don't know, there's just good stuff upcoming in the world of Dungeon Defenders on all levels. You know, you got Chaos 10 in the future for DD2. We got Episode 2 coming for DDA. We got an update coming for Dungeon Defenders 1. I mean, there's shit going on in the world of Dungeon Defenders right now. And that is just a good thing. Hopefully Chromatic's recent structural changes get rid of a lot of the other issues that people have had with them as a company as well. So excited to see what the future holds for DD games. Damn mages. Always getting uppity. I need to fix my desk. You know, you got one of those desks that move up and down between a stand-up and sit-down desk. I haven't used it as a stand-up in a while. And I decided I need to get off my ass and quit sitting here and start standing a little more. And I tried to put my desk up this morning and it wouldn't go up. It's stuck down. I gotta figure out how to unstick that bad boy. There's a bunch of videos on YouTube about it. Makes the longer streams kind of nice when you can move back and forth between the two. Damn skeletons. We got a whole lot of squire screaming going on here, huh? It's very violent back in here with this butt tanking. Oh my God, finally. Jesus. What a crappy passive on it. Damage on mana pickup. I guess that's not that bad, because you are going to be running around the map a lot. And only a 2 statter as well. But there we go. It does exist. It is there. Thanks for following there, Air the Fox. Welcome, welcome. Now, another HP regen and movement speed. Holy crap, man. Those are just dropping, like, so often. Now I gotta find a usable one. And then I need to switch over to looting the box on the Huntress. I mean, that one's definitely, it's... I don't think I would use it over my current one, even though it's slightly more upgrades. So yeah, it's kind of a deal breaker having a 2 statter. I mean, if it was the only one I had, I think it would be usable. The Obsidian Gem applies the armor stripping to him. Good for group play, not good for solo play. In fact, I'd go as far as say good for group play in a 4-player group. Prior to a 4-player group, I think it would be debatable whether or not it's worth bringing. Let's do one more run, and then I'll remake the group again. All right. It's public game, so anyone's welcome to join. Just join right up from the browser when I make a new group. I just got a spinning steel on that last run, but it's not a very good one. Which, you know, I mean, like I said, I've been complaining and I haven't even seen a crappy one. So there, now I've seen a crappy one. Now it's time to get a good one. I will, after this run, I will do some testing with it in Tavern, though. I think not having ability on it is just kind of a deal breaker. Plus, it's not the greatest roll either. Oops. You think pumpkin spice should be all year round? I don't know about that, man. I mean, where are you going to get year-round pumpkins growing, you know? It is an iconic thing now from the autumn seasons. People may get sick of it if it goes year-round, you know? All right, Eki, have a good one, man. Thank you so much for the weekend. Pumpkins grow year-round in China? Do they? I actually don't like pumpkin spice. So no offense, I don't mean to be blasphemous to you there, Rabbit, but I am not a fan. In fact, we got a shitload of pumpkins growing right now, right out front. Like, almost directly out front of the window I'm looking at right now. And I am not excited about it. So sorry, man. So sorry, but... Well, see, the thing with the Obsidian Gemstone is it's just nowhere near as good as a cat. You know? So I think in that 4th player situation, it probably would be where it would be good. But someone else would have to have a cat. Oh, you were making a joke since almost everything is made in China? This is true, this is true. At least I know they're in there now. What's going on there, Woke Reality? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Ooh, that ogre got thrown way forward on that one. That was weird, huh? I mean, he still got his ass handed to him, so we're all good, but wow, he got tossed way forward. Crazy, crazy. Hopefully my RNG is not contagious. Yeah, there's been people running it with me that have gotten some good stuff. You look in my Discord, there were some really good ones posted up last night. It's like, oh my god. Bonus damage. Now, the best 3 passives on damaging defense is percent damage bonus, power, and rate. Bonus damage on upgrade is not even any good. Like, that's for something you would put on a DPS hero. Because remember, you get no bonus from that unless it's active. So you want 2 of those 3. Either percent damage increase, power, or rate. I'm real confident those are making it. It will be the sniper cannon from going rogue, though. It won't be the direct cannon from DD2. The PDT is, because the PDT was pretty much directly copied over from DD2 as far as the function of it. They're very similar for sure. I think that will be a nice change, though. I'm just hoping it does something. Or they have a rune that makes it do something. Yeah, see, I'm hoping they didn't take those survey results prior, because that was pre-endless mode. You know? And now in endless mode, I'm sure people said they weren't ever using the Enrage Aura. They removed the Enrage Aura out. It is a game changer for endless mode, big time. Like, it is the meta defense in endless. Without a doubt, the most required thing out there. So I'm really, really hoping he didn't make a change to it based off of that, because that was pre-endless, you know? I mean, we'll see, right? That's the thing with the bowling balls. I think people love the most about bowling balls is the memory of the bowling balls. In Rage Aura, it gets an additional rage chance. Same thing with me, Merkham. I mean, I said the same thing. I think a lot of people probably did. People just weren't using Enrage Auras. In fact, Enrage Auras prior were actually really slowing maps down. and making it so that when you did use Enrage Auras, it penalized you. So I think a lot of people said that. So I really, really hope the Enrage Aura isn't going away. Or maybe Phil wants it like that. Maybe he doesn't want... Because the Enrage Aura is a little bit broken in Endless Mode. It's a little OP. I mean, you get to a point, like wave 60 or whatever, where it shuts a lane down. Nothing can make it through. You know? You know, maybe he wants to make it so, like, getting to wave 200 is a serious, serious struggle, you know? Because let me tell you, if Enrage Aura wasn't there, there's a lot of maps that would be a struggle. Hell yeah, it couples well with explosives. Add an Inferno in that too, and a full R stack. And you got yourself a straight up lane lock, you know? Think it should have a lower percentage further from the center of it? I mean, I'm fine mechanically with how the Enrage works. I just know, I mean, just like Merkham said, I know for sure on that survey there was going to be a lot of people at that time in the game that said, get rid of the Enrage. I mean, I said it. Everybody said it. And now it's crazy good. And same thing with Shrink Drain Auras. Even right now, like, I haven't gone half as far as Aramir's gone on Ancient Mind yet. But, like, at wave 400, you noticed having that extra armor strip from having the Shrink Drain Aura. It's way noticeable in how the waves run. Because stuff is thick, man. Thick, thick. And I'm only at, like, wave... I want to say wave 400 or whatever. I might be at 450 now. I'm not sure. I guess I should spend... Oh. Maybe I should rebuild. I didn't realize we lost something. Yeah, we lost an Inferno up here. We'll get it back down. Well, see, that's the thing, is it doesn't. It's only in late Endless Mode waves. Like, Endless Mode is not where the majority of people are going to be spending the majority of their time. Yeah, man, somebody did a $500 super chat earlier. I am shocked and grateful. It is the largest super chat I have ever had. Oops. I'm doing good there, Hannah. Oh, it's a beast build next to us. This is full on chillax mode. If you're Netflix and chilling with some solo play late night or whatever too. If you're playing solo, you want to get rid of the gas traps though, and just add more wisps. Since you add more wisps, the 1 DU extra that you have, I'm making the buff beam over there 4 DU instead of 3. Because it does allow you to put in, what, 2 more wisps here? It's crazy, crazy good. I was using a build similar to this, but with less wisps. And with an electric aura as well. And it just seems like you get good enough effectiveness out of the Inferno for 1 DU less. And then getting rid of the gas traps as well to speed the runs up. It makes the waves run really pretty quick. Ooh, damn it. Thought I was going to be able to get out from under that copter in time. Like running this solo, it's like between 15 and 18 minute clears. And that's AFK on 23 and 24. So yeah, definitely a solid build. But the build I was running was AFK as well, but the waves, their maps were taking like 22 minutes to run. And Aramir suggested I get rid of the gas traps for solo play. And just by removing the gas traps, it dropped the run cycle down to like 15, 18 minutes. So it was a big change there. Pretty darn massive. That is for sure. Hopefully I get lucky with a back-to-back spinning steel, right? I mean, now that the first one's dropped, I'm over the hump. It shouldn't be so hard to get. They should be just raining like candy now. So, I mean, I'm not even going to be picky. I think like a solid 380 upgrade spinning steel. Yeah, you want to use them together. What happens by using them together is you clear 100% of the trash mobs. And it allows your wisps to focus on all those special enemies. Yeah, explosive is better. I said hopefully. Hopefully what? I don't remember what hopefully I said. Oh, spinning steel should be dropping like candy now? It should. It really should. Without question. It should be like spinning steels raining from the sky. Without a doubt. You know, a solid 380 upgrader with all three stats, I would get it done. I would doubt it will be as big as Redux. I mean, he said right in the post, it's a very small team working on it. The emulator from Redux is coming. That's already been confirmed. No, this one is slightly better. They're both really close, but this one is slightly better. Remember that the boss weapons got buffed. There was too big of a variance between the keep weapons and everything else. So the non-keep boss weapons got buffed, and they're now, if you're doing Lycan King bonus waves, the non-keep boss weapons should be comparable to the keep, but in some cases, they're slightly better. Like in this case. It's very small. The amount of better is like almost nothing. But it is slightly better. It's like on 30 million damage, this one's hitting for 300,000 more. So what is that, 1%? Yeah, it's 1% better. But 1% is enough for me personally to spend an entire week of insanity grinding it out. There it is. Port and stability. Really low upgrades on that one. Crap miner boots. Here it is, spinning steel number 2, back to back. That is not spinning steel number 2. Boo. The crashing copters hit like an absolute truck. Alright, so I'm going to make another group here, but before I do so, I gots to use the can, y'all. I gotta pee. I drink way too much coffee. And way too much coffee means, first off, I need even more coffee. But I gotta pee. So give me just a couple minutes, y'all, and I will be right back. This next group will be the last group of the day. So we're going to straight up grind out like 5 runs on this next group. Now, obviously, if you don't have time to do all 5, that's no big deal. But yeah. Anyway, get ready to join up, y'all, but I got to take a quick break. All right. I am am back. So let's check out that spinning steel weapon here real quick. Just for little apples to apples, even with a bummer roll. Now, let me get rid of some of this junk first. Sadly, that is junk. Boo. Here's a 105 weapon. Junk. That piece isn't too shabby. Junk. Crazy. Man, a bunch of junk today, huh? I still got loot all accessories and pets, so I still have to go through and filter this junk out every now and then. But let's take a look. Let's lock that as well. At our no attack spinning steel. So, that one is 361 upgrades. Currently, I'm using a 347. The 13% damage on mana pickup is not very good either, but currently each projectile of spinning steel is hitting for 60 million. 60 mil, so that's 300 million damage right there every 5 seconds. Now if we equip this one... 56.43 mil. See, and I think the difference there is I don't have any ability stat on that. So I'm losing the ability, the additional ability damage. So the one I have is still currently better. Now, if that would have rolled with ability, I think this one would have been better. Alright, let's get it, y'all. One video game lesson that applies to real life as well. Don't stand under crashing helicopters. This is very, very true. Very, very true. Let me see. I'm not sure if I shut my door. I don't want the mother-in-law and wife to have to listen to me ranting and raving. It is shut now. All right, here we go. So this next run, we're going to go probably 4 runs. Straight. So feel free to join if you want to. We are on Massacre, Hardcore, Rifted, Throne Room, Mixed Mode. On... a Lycan King bonus difficulty. Let's get the loot. Yeah, they fill up really quick. See if we can get these down to 15-minute runs. We can get these at 15 minutes. We can do... I do 4 or do 5 runs before it's time to go. My slow ass building. Not helping anything. Be doing more later on this after dinner and whatnot. If you're on my Discord server, is the best way to get a hold of me when I'm not streaming. If you don't use Discord, then probably Twitter is the best way to get a hold of me when I'm not streaming, because it makes my phone go beepity beep. But, I mean, I would like to think in these next 4 or 5 runs, I'm going to get, 4 God Roll power rate bracers and a whole selection of spinning steel weapons to choose from. But I think reality might tell me something a little different than that outcome. We'll have to see how that goes. We will definitely have to see how that goes. That is for certain. Let me see one thing real quick, though. And sorry, y'all. Tabbing around. That's one thing I wish DDA... I wish you could set it so the music runs when the window is not selected. I even looked through the Unreal Engine documentation to see if there was some kind of option I could tweak in the game files. And I didn't see anything to allow volume when that window is not in focus. Of course, you could play in windowed mode, but then how ugly is that? I mean, I'm full screen windowed now, but it's not a true full screen windowed. The window is out of focus, it loses everything. I mean, does it even lose video? Let me see. No, the video is still running. Just the audio goes. Pecanard. Oh man, I haven't seen that one before. How far you can throw those mushrooms. Oh, see, I had targeted way down there, but it still dropped right here. The Core Pet's the login reward PNM. You've got it. It just didn't have a pop-up or whatever, but it should be at the end of your transmog list. That's the login event from this week. It's one of the reasons I chose this week to start this whole Dungeon Defenders Autumn Celebration thing. Ooh, got some level 105 guard boots. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, the crystal core looks really good, though. They definitely did a good job with that one. People are going to be pretty bummed that didn't log in and miss out on that one. Because you never know when it'll be back. It might be a year. It might be 2 years. It might never come back. I mean, we don't know. And for players on Switch, this update isn't in the game yet, but the login event is still going. So definitely log in on Switch because it's tracking your login. And although you can't use pet transmogs yet, when you can, this transmog will unlock for you. Seeds just need to hit a little bit harder or make them shoot faster. What are y'all's thoughts on that? Because if I'm the only one that thinks it, there's no way in hell it will ever make it to the game. But what if the Warden's seed was like a seed shooter instead? So functionally, it would be like a monk or a rogue with holding down right click, where you could like machine gun fire it. Now, I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be a machine gun, but say the damage was dropped down by 20% or whatever, or by 80%, but you could fire 2 shots per second, something like that. What do you guys think of that? I think that would be awesome. In fact, it would make me play the Warden quite regularly. I'm not big, you know, in most third-person type games, I'm just not big on melee. If there's something special about a melee hero, like the Squire has with the spin, then, you know, I get into melee a little bit more. Generally speaking, I just prefer ranged heroes. Yeah, it would give you some functionality versus copters. Because, I mean, right now, you just don't do dick, right? The damage output the copters is bad. Oh, but you will, Nextus, you will. I think by the time the update hits, I'll probably have 20 trillion-ish. Maybe more. I mean, I'm getting 1 to 2 trillion a day right now. Now remember too, once the PTR comes, I probably won't play on the live game much. I'll be testing all the PTR things. But I bet I'll be 20 to 30 trillion by the time the update hits. You're at 7.5. Yeah. I mean, it just racks up, you know? Especially when you're on the hard grind and you're in massacre mode. I mean, when you're doing the keep, you're getting 2.5 billion per wave, you know? So just doing even wave 23 starts, that's like, you know, you run it 12 times and you got a trillion gold. It just really stacks quick. The Modern Warfare 2 beta. I know a bunch of people playing that. People are saying relatively good things about it, from what I've heard. Oof, fail jump. Definitely had a lot of issues, but it has potential. Unfortunately, Call of Duty doesn't have a team like Phil that listens to the community. Well, I mean, that comes with any AAA title, you know? They give you what they're going to give you. And shy of like a major revolt with massive negative press on Twitter and all the socials, big AAA companies just are not going to change anything because of the community, you know? Yeah, they listen to the money. And that's it. I mean, if people stop buying Call of Duty, there might be changes to Call of Duty, you know? But what's the chances of that? People are going to drop that $59.99, or maybe even more nowadays. They're going to lay down that $59.99 instantaneously just because it's Call of Duty. Well, I mean, all it needs is a health label. Like, you got it on the gas trap. You see how many charges are left. 118. You just need that on the other traps. You can get it to pop. Like there, we got 89 charges left on that one. That one's the explosive. It's 70 for next gen and $69.99. Woof. The last big box game like that I spent, busted out the old credit card on and just went to spending was Tiny Tina. I enjoyed it. I mean, I had fun. The thing is you just don't get the amount of gameplay out of almost any AAA game. With few exceptions. There are exceptions. But for most AAA games, you don't get anywhere near the amount of hours of play versus indie titles. And you can buy multiple indie titles for the same price, you know? Right, here it is, Spinning Steel number 2. Or not. It'll be that instead. I shouldn't have bothered picking that up. Not at the speed cap on it. Where's my bracers? There they are. Mana Restore and Fort. That's a good Fort roll. But that Mana Restore ain't going to do much for me. Not much at all. Yeah, we got 15-minute run-in on that one. Part of it is lane RNG too, you know? It seemed like that one ran slower. Even though you've got ridiculous DPS output on your EV, it felt like that boss kill went slower. Yeah, the Warframe creators made an announcement at TennoCon back, what, a month or so ago, called Soulframe. It's supposed to be an MMO flavored game, which I think they call Warframe an MMO now. but more MMO-like of an MMO. Oh, it's all good there, Alex. Oops, that one's 3DU. MMO is a term that's been watered down to the point it's almost meaningless now. Oh yeah. Warframe's an awesome game, man. I got a lot of hours into Warframe. Love it. Yeah. I mean, obviously, having fused it would be better. But I think if you had fuse and everything else, non-fused Infernos would be fine. Actually, you might be better off with a... oh, now the bot's working in Twitch. There we go. What's up? I miss you, Chrissy. The 24-hour stream. This is not the 24-hour stream, no. Sorry. Maybe on, maybe episode 2 launch day. Not PTR launch day, but episode 2's actual launch day. Maybe we'll do something crazy then. Today is the day that I stream for like another 50 minutes or so. And then I go help my wife get a workbench and a planer that she bought at a garage sale this morning installed and functioning out in the garage. That's what today would be. I get the luxury of the streaming, but then I got to do real life. And real life says the wife just bought a planer and a little workbench for it at actually I think it was an estate sale or something they went to this morning. My wife has suddenly discovered a love for carpentry, and she also has a love for not paying for lumber. So, like, you can get so much free wood from, like, companies that are trying to get rid of pallets or crates and stuff like that. And with a planer, you can turn those into really, really nice pieces of wood. So she's pretty stoked about getting the planer. Hopefully she's going to make something cool. She's already made, I mean, she built a chicken coop. And she did a great job on that. She just built a little, yeah, it's definitely cool. He built a, you know, our chickens are like the most spoiled goddamn chickens in the entire country. 6 chickens, and they got like a 1/4 of an acre area fenced. But she just built them a little kind of playroom that's not the chicken coop, where they can go in during the daytime if there's wind, or, you know, we're coming into winter, so there's going to be snow, that they'll be able to go into for a little bit of additional protection without going back into their coop. And these chickens are like the most spoiled damn chickens. These mofos better be seriously putting out eggs for many years, because they are spoiled like you wouldn't believe. But yeah, the wife takes the happy chickens thing pretty seriously. She wants these chickens to be super happy. And I gotta admit, they're putting out eggs like crazy now. We got 6 chickens, and it's like, we get 5 eggs a day right now. And they're still, they just started laying. Like, all of them didn't start laying until probably a month ago. So they just get warmed up. Yeah, there's a pretty wide range of drop quality on those Arcanist heads. Pretty big range on those bad boys, that's for sure. Eventually, I'll settle back into doing some keep grinding. The keep is a little rougher in a 4-player group. But eventually, I'll settle back into some more keep grinding and grind one out. Yep, had a very generous super chatter earlier. Yeah, 2 players AFK, 4 players chaos. People don't understand how big that is. That one super chat today, like, is more than like 6 months worth of Twitch ad revenue. So, I mean, it's a big deal for me. I'm not... A lot of people think that I make a bunch of money off of this stuff, and I don't make any money, hardly. So it's very tough to stay afloat in the world of real lifeage. Boundaries and forges? You probably just got to tweak the build a little, Chrissy, because a lot of people are AFK on that one. Are you popping the portals? If you're popping the portals, you could do that map with 1 aura stack, a gas trap on each lane, and just spam a buttload of wisps. But you're going to want to pop the portals for sure. You'll get it down, and there's no doubt. Well, I mean, the portals on that one are so close to the core. If you're not popping portals, I would start there first. They teleport the mobs up from the spawn. Instead of coming from the spawn, the mobs are coming from those portals, which are really, really close to the core. So you definitely want to be popping the portals. And the portals are super, super squishy. I mean, eventually you'll get a build going where you don't even have to pop the portals on that map, even though they're so close. But, you know, it'll take a little time. And you'll get there. Yeah, it gets crowded real quick, for sure. That's the thing with all of the Act 4 maps, really, is the ogres are no joke. In really every Act 4 map. So you definitely need to make sure that those things are dying, you know? Just add in some explosive traps, Kaskowski, and watch your run times drop considerably. Like almost 50%. If you don't use explosive traps, they straight up, the skellies add an extra 10 minutes to every run. But the answer to that is drop an explosive trap on every lane. And then it's going to drastically increase your run times. Or decrease your run times, I guess I should say. Throw y'all stuff at me, mister. Gonna get spun on. My explosive traps are not super high because I go with crazy range on them. Let me see if I can get one targeted. That's at level 3 with a buff beam on it. So, I mean, you can get them way higher DPS than that. The skeletons, though, they're not very tanky. So you don't even have to have super mean explosive traps. But you see, mine are the size of the world. So I'm under 10k power. No, it has diminishing returns. The higher stat you go, the more, of course, well, it's just how diminishing returns work, but the higher stat you go, range, the value you get falls off really quick. Traps, it's very, very bad. Nice, Sinbad. But yeah, in answer to the first part of your question there, Kaskowski, is I'm enjoying the hell out of it, man. It's been pretty awesome. I mean, and having some variation on what to do, and then the hotfix changes from last week with the accessories is just absolutely huge. I mean, being able to target farm the best possible accessories in the game instead of just relying on RNG for it to drop on the keep is so massive, you know? So my question for you, I miss you, Chrissy, is how are you enjoying the game? Because I know you didn't start not that long ago. Are you having fun? Because if you are, then you're probably doing it right. Yeah, this one we got a little rougher RNG on the lanes. Trying to get better gear, not sure what to farm. What level are you now? Oh, you're max level. Well, you want to put together fusion sets on all your pieces. And then you want to get yourself Arcanist helms from the keep, which will give you 2 fusion defenses on each hero. And then you want to be using all fusion defenses. And then there you want to start fine-tuning. Like a max, like the maximum perfect everything builder hero, for example, would be right at around 13k power, but additionally would have about 30% damage increase on their gear. So you'd want to start looking for, like, the perfect passives would be percent damage and power. Percent damage and rate would be the second best. Power and rate would be the third best. So you'd want to start stacking your gear with all that stuff. And just getting one builder up into that range, you're going to notice major changes in the way you play the game. Because you're going to end up turning into an absolute beast. And just annihilating ridiculous things. Dang it, man. I hate it when that tooltip stays on screen. Been building the monk so far. Nothing wrong with that. You know, I love my monkage. The strongest thing would be to build a warden. And either build it towards... Well, I mean, the strongest thing would be to build it towards sludge launchers, but... You could build a Wisp, Sludge Launcher, or Beaming Blossom Warden and be pretty darn beast mode. Oh yeah, it's super strong. Super strong. The copter AoE is pretty large. But on the same note, it is an exploding helicopter, for God's sakes, Aramir. I mean, come on. How many helicopters have you seen explode in a small way? Alright, come on, you bad boy, be there. Dang it, man. I am never going to get another one, am I? Am I going to have to just call myself content with that spinning steel I got? Augie, what's up, man? How you doing? The hunt for the elusive spinning steel weapon set, Augie. It is real. It is very, very real. Chilling at the airport. Where are you headed off to, or are you headed home? The one spinning steel I got was kind of junk, Alien. It was a low roll and only 2 stats. 23 hours flight back to Florida. Holy crap, man. That is a flight. Nice, Chrissy. Now the hard part is getting the 105 gear with the actual stat rolls you want. Met a bunch of great devs. Nice, nice. The temperature here in Washington has been so weird. Like, it was cold. I mean, not like freezing or anything, but it was pretty damn chilly this morning, and now it's getting hot. In fact, it's getting hot enough where as soon as I start this wave, I'm going to crack a window open and turn my fan on. It's like starting to roast in here. Getting hot. Oops, wrong hero. You think you gained 10 pounds? Well, I mean, if you got good food coming, that's a good thing. That's for darn sure, right? In the middle, if something goes wrong and the goblin mech comes down the middle, it will destroy it all. With it off to the side, the goblin mech won't touch any of those defenses. So this map particularly, you never want to put anything that can be destroyed in this center area. Alright, y'all, I gotta crack a window here real quick. It is just... You know, you would never think it's damn near October around here, because it's hotter than shit today. Hotter than shit meaning the same temperature it is in Florida at midnight. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's a pretty gnarly storm headed to Florida. It's like going right towards Tampa right now, the last I looked. Definitely going to be pretty sketch down there. The GPU heater, oh yeah. It's weird too. It makes it too damn hot in the summer, but it's never hot enough to heat the room in the winter, you know? Can't get that happy medium going. Never just right. Never ever just right. That is for sure. What you doing, Mr. Ogre? Throw your stuff at me, mister. Ain't having it. Yeah, it's just crazy how much the temperature changed in here from this morning until now. Don't explode me, bro. Yeah, man, it needs to cool off in here. Good Lord. I'm gonna move this fan over this way. Hopefully it doesn't mess with the mic. Alright, doesn't look like it will, but let me know if you guys hear that fan blowing in the background too bad. Yeesh. Ren, what's up, man? It's on, Ren. I was thinking of you this morning. The wife picked up a planer at a estate sale this morning. She's gonna make some schnazzy stuff. Schnazzy. No going back now? Oh, yeah. She got a good deal on it. It's a pretty nice planer. And it was, looked like it's in pretty good shape, but it was $75. 70 degrees in Kentucky? Nah, it's in the 80s here today, man. In my room, where I had the window shut and the AC or no fan or anything on, it was getting close to 90 in my little studio here. So I had to do something. I was starting to get sweaty. Cutting boards for days. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like that, like, 60-degree range. To me, like, light jacket weather or, like, a light sweatshirt or whatever, I just think it's, like, the perfect temperature. I can't stand it too hot. I actually don't mind cold more than hot. You know, you can always put on more clothes, but you can only take off so many. Yogi made a secret door. Nice. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, the wife's been quite crafty. I told her she needs to make me a little laptop stand to go next to my desk here. That way I could use my laptop to like set up some sort of audio cues or something on. Yeah, yeah. At some point, somebody's going to call the cops, Alex, if you take off too many. That is for sure. At some point, they call in the law. Well, I can assure you the town where I live is not that, Dizzy. It's not that at all. That's my problem, too, Archangel. My mother-in-law spent the last 25 years in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, man. She is always, always freezing and trying to crank the heat up. So yeah, I have that exact same issue. Zero doubts. Cold 3 out of the 4 seasons with a jacket in the summer in Germany. I just don't mind the cold. That, and I like to, me and the wife both like to snow ski. And we didn't go at all last winter. But, I mean, when we lived, like, we've had our time, for sure. When we lived in Tahoe, we were skiing 125 days a year or so. And, you know, I was heavy in the casino business then, and it was very, very easy for me to get season passes for the family at no cost at multiple different resorts. So it was kind of a skier and snowboarder's dream in that regard. There was one season where we had season passes to Squaw Valley, Heavenly, and Kirkwood, which are 3 pretty nice and kind of expensive ski resorts in the same year. So we had our choice. It's like, where do you want to go? You know, do you want to go over to Squaw? Do you want to go down to Heavenly? What do you want to do? You know, that was just awesome. Scotland's too cold for you? Oh, it's not that bad, Dizzy. Or I guess with the arthritis or whatever, then it's an issue, yeah. But besides the rain, man, Scotland weather sounds great to me. I don't want to sweat. It's Florida. Augie's got those brutal temperatures. In Wren, in the Dallas area, just gets so hot. You get snow in summer sometimes. I'll take it, man. I'll take it there, Dee Dee. All right, come on, boss man, with your spinning steel. I know it's in there. I know it's in there. You live in Panama and sick and tired of constant... Oh, yeah. Panama's going to be super hot. I went to the Panama Canal once. I was actually in Costa Rica, and we drove down there from Costa Rica. All right, let's see the shinies. Boo. 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 Oh, I had way too much fun. I will leave the description at that, Alex. There was way, way, way too much fun. Let's do another. Yeah, trading's part 1. DD said it'll be right there on the... We'll be able to check it out on the PTR here in just a few weeks. The trading is coming. I'm anxious to see how bad we can try to break it. I can guarantee you, with trading being part of that PTR... I'll bet you... I'll make a bet right now. I bet you Aramir and I don't go longer than 36 hours without getting a hacker flag on the PTR. I will make that promise. And we are going to do our best to break and abuse that entire system. I'm like, where'd the DU go? Oh, and then I realize Aramir built the Wisps. Thank you very much, Aramir. Appreciate it. Speed the time up here. Very, very nice. No, they said at the beginning anyway, there won't be like player-hosted AFK shops. So to be honest with you, I don't have the slightest clue how it's going to be. I think in the initial rollout of trading, it's going to be very difficult for people to find things they want unless they're in a group of friends. I mean, it's to the point where I even thought about putting a website up where people could advertise their trades, but I didn't think there was enough people playing to warrant it. Best way to start a fresh start? You mean how to wipe your account, or do you mean what are the early game metas there, Dansta? Yeah, at a minimum there will be a Discord channel. How to wipe? What you do is you go into... Here, I'll give you the path. Uh-oh. I'll give you the path here real quick. Let's see. Where is it? There it is. You go here. Remember, your computer won't be named Juice, of course. But you go to that folder, and that is where your save file is located. And then you take that save file out of the folder. And I wouldn't suggest deleting it, just in case you ever decide you want to go back. Take that save file out of the folder, and then start the game, but start the game as local. Don't click play online, click local. Just log in, maybe create a new character, just do something to force a game save, like create a new character. Then log back out, and what that will do is it will create a local save file for you. Then log back in as normal and play online, and there will be a pop-up box saying which save file do you want to choose, your cloud save or your local save. And then just choose local, and it will give you that fresh wipe. Now, this was just public matches, but this is the last group. We might get one more run in after this one, depending on how fast this one goes, but it is rapidly approaching dinner time at the Juice household, and I'm hungry. I am hungry. Dinner is always a good time. Just made dinner yourself. What you having there, Snack Queen? What is for dinner over at the Snack household? That means the level requirement. Basically, it's slang for saying the best potential or the best possible or highest quality gear in the game. It's gear that requires being 105 to equip, level 105. Doesn't necessarily mean it's good. It just means it could be. Of course, a level 105 piece that has like the wrong stat rolls or whatever on it is just not going to be as good as a level 90 piece with the correct stat rolls, you know? Kind of one of those situations. So, I mean, you want 105 gear, but don't first off, don't think that you're going to have a full set of it until episode 2 drops. Because you're just not going to find a full set of 105 gear with the proper stats. Now, you could put a set together, but it's not going to have the proper stats unless you just got the best luck in the world. Oh, I didn't even notice. There, Dee. Was I a little low health on that one? Chicken covered in some shake and bake with some green beans. Nice, nice. I don't know what we're having. Oh, you mean the crystal? Yeah, the crystal got smacked. I blame Aramir for his wisps. Could have never been anything else. Right? Had to have been Aramir. Spam those R's down. I don't even know if I have the R's perfect, to be honest. The traps are out just a little bit. I normally put them up further and closer to the wall. So, tell you what happened. Siren got uppity is what happened. Was that a siren? Or was damaged by a siren? Yep. The siren's explosion won't hit the cores right now, but the siren can still hit the core. So if a siren is having a rough day and makes it down to, say, right here and has line of sight on the core, she'll take a shot. She's a sneaky girl. Very, very sneaky girl. Your wisps are sensitive? I'll come pet them, Aramir. I will come pet the wisps. There. The wisps have all been loved on. Well, appreciate it there, NATO. Appreciate you getting me there, huh? It kind of says something about Twitch, to be honest. In the top 1% and can't get partnered? What the heck? You're in the top 50% in YouTube, you can get partnership. Yeah, I'm in Wrath for the pet boost. Gotta get them pew-pews, Dee. No pews, no dice. I finally got one, Uzar, but it's a crappy roll. But I have seen one now, at least. I do indeed have a bad one in my inventory. Yeah. You get the RNG on the Skelly lanes makes life just slow down. Slow down to a creep. An absolute creep. Yeah, you can use the Crystal Core on any pet. I don't know. We'll check it out in Tavern here. When we get out of here. I haven't looked at it, to be honest. I used it on range pets so far. I didn't even think to put it on melee. I'm wondering if it spins faster. Or I'm wondering if I'm curious if it does anything. Because it doesn't really have an animation for the ranged attacks. Your wisps are all named after characters Nicolas Cage has played in movies. Yeah, now I'm curious there, Chuck Trek. We'll have to take a peek. Ah, the Skelly Doom. Just goes up to the enemy and sits there. I didn't think it had an animation. It's got that spin animation, but it's not tied to attacking. I still think it looks cool. You want to remove it from that file, Dansta, and then start the game in offline mode once. Create a character, and then go back and start the game in online mode. And it will give you the option to keep your local save file over your cloud save. So just remove it, start the game in offline mode, create a character, and then log out and start the game in online mode. Keep your save file, though, just in case. Just in case you ever want to go back. I don't recall him saying there'd be a change on how we use buff beams, but that doesn't mean they didn't. I may have missed it. Anybody else recall that? Or maybe I do remember that. Maybe my guess is they took an idea from DD2. DD2's got those shards where if you stand in your buff beam, it buffs the EV's proton charge damage. So that would be my guess, is they took that idea from DD2. I don't think buff beams functionally are changing. I think that would be an additive to give them some value to an active DPS character. But that's just guessing. That would definitely be my guess. But that's going to be a rune. The tower changes are straight up... The towers are being removed and changed for something else. They're not tower changes as far as, like, effectiveness. They're straight up... This is being changed for that. Another reason why I don't think they'll functionally change how buff beams work is that means they got to go back through and rebalance the entire game. Because right now the game is balanced for buff beams. You know? And I don't think Phil would want to do that. Go back through and rebalance the entire game. So just, I mean, that would be my initial guess. I mean, maybe he's doing something different with them, but it certainly won't change how they work for buffing defenses. I think it'll change your ability to do different things. But especially considering that's a thing in DD2, I think a lot of the rune ideas are going to be things from going rogue, things from DD2 that already exist. Just because it was an enormous pool of ideas there to use. So why not? You know? Just with the Dungeon Defenders going rogue runes and the DD2 shards, I mean, that's literal hundreds and hundreds of items to choose from. I don't think it will be anything remotely functional like that. I mean, maybe, but I would be shocked if it's anything like that. In fact, I would be shocked if it's anything besides that DD2 shard. They're not going to do... You know, remember, it's one guy trying to change the world as far as the engineering aspect of it goes. Now, obviously, it's a full team working there that gives him support where he needs it. But that's a pretty massive change, you know, to add the coding in for something like that. Ooh. Boo. Boo. Nothing but boo loot here. Man, all I get is these move speed bracers today. I don't get it. Why nothing but move speed bracers? And of course, no spinning steel. That is for sure. So we're actually only about 7 minutes out from the end of the stream, y'all. So I'm going to go play in Tavern here. And we'll play around with some stuffs. And then I am going to go chow down. But yeah, I would be... I mean, it might be something with how you place it down. Oh, yeah, yeah. Let's see. What the heck? Why is... Are you offline there, Aramir? Or is something wonky with me on my end? Let me see. I'll go online. See if you can just join me. There you are. There you are. Let me send you an invite here. Let's look at that melee pet real quick. with the transmog. Yep, it just goes up there and chills. It pulses out a wave, it looks like. So it does have an animation to it, but it's not like a movement animation. Kind of sends out that wave. Made a brisket today. Oh, damn, Ren. So we're going to check the monk boost situation. 112 million? That's more than double. What is yours? You got your... Well, of course you got your square on you. Let's see what yours is. Because I know yours was hitting harder than mine anyway. Oh, crap. I don't have a prop cat on. Let me grab a kitty. Let me grab a kitty. Here was a kitty. All right, give the kitty a minute to kick in. All right, I think it's there. Ooh, my boost went down. Let me get my juice back here real quick. And of course, I got no mana regen on this guy because I never play him as a hero booster. You got one from the rogue open in the chest? Nice, Uzar, nice. Maybe you're onto some secret sauce there, man. Yeah, so it was more than double damage for me. Let's see what... I couldn't see the damage number. Could you see the damage number, Aramir? 140 mil per. Dude, that's 700 million damage in one spin. 700 million damage in one spin. Holy crap, dude. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. That's a beast of a spin, that's for damn sure. Absolutely nuts. But anyway, y'all, that is going to get it for me for today. Now, tomorrow, on Sunday, I'll be alive. I'll probably end up starting early again. But I'm planning on being on live from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. I may end up starting earlier than that. But tomorrow, I'm going to be on YouTube only. So for this month of streaming, every Friday, I'll just be on Twitch. And every Sunday, I'll just be on YouTube. And then the other days, I'm going to try to multicast to everywhere. But anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. Hopefully everyone's having an absolutely wonderful, wonderful weekend. And I will see you all soon. Take it easy, y'all.